All right. So I was able to make it to church this weekend. And this whole week I've been sitting around wondering why I live in Alaska. Just so angry about all the circumstances of my life. And yesterday I was standing in church and I remembered this is why. Because I never want to leave this church as long as I live. Because this is where I want to die. This is where I want my funeral to be. In this odd contested land. But then, after church ended, after fellowship, a lady came up to my wife and I in front of the priest and in front of another parishioner and started berating us and calling us white supremacists. Racist, white supremacists, you know, all that sort of stuff. And it wasn't even because of my show. It was because of a Facebook post that my wife did. Kind of innocuous. White Lives Matter is enough to send a already unstable person on a complete mental downward spiral. She was demanding that we get kicked out of the church. And that we get kicked off the council, because we're actually on the council. Constantly, you know, working our magic in the back rooms, being like, how can we make this more racist? How can we oppress minorities? Using God. You know, she's on to us. She's on to us. Woman's literally shaking while she's yelling at us. Welcome, Tigglebitty. And I'm just standing there. Maria, she starts arguing. She starts actually arguing. And I immediately stop her. She hasn't been in the game as long as I have. She doesn't understand the futility of arguing with insane people. So it was well intentioned. She wanted to be like, hey, what? Is it wrong to care about white people? And I was like, don't bother, baby. Don't bother. There's nothing you could say once the leftist disease takes root in someone's heart. There's nothing you can really say to them. I said, you know, anything Maria believes, Joanna, I believe even further. Uh-oh, I said the name. And she said, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to your wife. And my wife says, he speaks for me. Which probably upset her even more. The woman's shaking while she's talking to us. I'm like, let's say I didn't say her name. Let's say her name was Sarah, actually. Can we change her name to Sarah? Her name's Sarah. I said, Sarah, calm down. We love you. You're our sister in Christ. You're shaking. Sarah, you're shaking. And she says, shut up! Needless to say, she didn't say I love you too. Which was a little rude. But, that's okay. We know how Sarahs are. We know how Sarahs are, people. Don't we? Jason, thank you for the dang $5. Anyway, afterwards.
At Jason Skull 2,945 super chatted $5. Based alert.
Hello, base department? I'm trying to get through. Hi, I'm trying to get through to the base department. I'm just, you know. Hold on, let me turn off that fan. I just realized there's a fan on. Dang Tigglebitty. What the heck, dude?
Tigglebitty super chatted $4.99. Well
Thank you
done,
very
sir.
much. I'm gonna get both of you guys a sound after I turn off this sound. So you'll have to deal with a calmer, more reserved version of me until the puppy arc ends. Or at least that's what I anticipate. Because I wake up in pain lately. But I'll discuss that later, maybe. Let's try and stay on topic. Here's your sound, Jason. And here's your sound, Tigglebitty. Those were funny! I feel like I look a little too insane today, and I'm not sure why. What did I do? What did I do? Why do I look this crazy? Is it... Would that fix it? No? It's a little too sharp. Maybe. Turn down the sharpness a little. Maybe, how about this? Let's fix it. Looks a little gay. How about this? I'll deal with that. So... Then she's like, I sent you all the material, Father, to my priest. She posted about Charlie Kirk. Now, first off, my wife posted a speech Charlie Kirk did about how leftists are bloodthirsty and insane. And you know, nothing that this woman was saying really made a lot of sense, but you could tell that she felt like this was a moral battle that she had to fight. She was doing her best. And I just felt sad for her. I was like, oh, Sarah, stop. This is so weird. She's shaking, she's yelling. Calling us all these names. talking about how we're these white supremacist, racist Nazis, and Charlie Kirk is this evil man. It's like, well, he was evil, a little. But it seemed like he was getting away from Zionism. But I'm sure that's not what she meant. Also, we're all evil, Sarah. So, you know, relax, maybe, a little. Anyway, she starts talking to the priest about, apparently she's been building up a case and sending him all this stuff about us and how we're bad. And the priest was like, I looked at all the stuff you sent me, Sarah, and I didn't really see anything like racist or white supremacist in it. And so then she started kind of turning against the priest as well. And I was just like, here's the thing. And I talked to Sullivan about this. Y'all know Sullivan. We talked about this before this even happened. We were talking in Fellowship Hall. And I realized that all I do is talk to based people. And so I think the world is full of based people now. I do not realize that mind-numbing liberalism is still running rampant through our country. So my takes are a little biased. I have what's it called? There's a word for it. Some like exposure bias. I know you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, she's Orthodox. But she's cradle Orthodox, you know. Sometimes it's different, you know. Also, she's native. Which we'll get into a little. But I love the natives. In fact, one of the posts that Maria posted, I think it was the Charlie Kirk post that Maria posted, which caused Sarah to lose her mind, was a repost from a native priest. She was literally basically reposting something a native, our old priest who was native posted. And she was like, heck yeah, Father. She retweeted it. So, you know, it's not like a brick wall of anti-white in the native community. Though, I have heard that they often get taught that we're the cause of all their problems. Which I'm used to as a white man. I'm used to being blamed for things I have nothing to do with. Maybe I shouldn't be, but maybe it's good for me. You know, maybe it's good for my humility. I don't know. God knows. Eventually, she kind of huffs and puffs, and my priest goes to talk to her separately. And she drives off. And Maria runs into the fellowship hall. And I'm just kind of standing there with, my priest just kind of looks at me like, I don't know what he's thinking. And I feel so awful for him that he even has to deal with this. I love my priest so much, I can't even. He's so good. And I want him to be my priest for the rest of my life, you know, because he's a young priest. You know, he'll outlive me, God willing. But, I don't like how much he has to deal with because of me. And that goes for everyone in my life. I think everybody has to deal with a little more than they should have to, simply by knowing me. Because I don't have a spleen. But we'll get to that later. He walks off and I'm left with another parishioner and he's just kind of looking at me like, I was trying to read his face. I didn't know if it was like, whoa, I didn't know you were this based, or because, you know, most people don't say the things Maria and I say out loud. We say these things in front of people. We don't just keep them in our heads. And we kind of invite these sorts of things upon us. Me, I'm a little more prepared for it because I don't really have a desire to win when it comes to arguments, nor do I have a real sense of self-preservation or a sense of a desired outcome in any real situation, usually. I rarely have, like, I want it to turn out like this. That's hard for me to do. It's hard for me to get myself there. So I just kind of watch these things. She was probably mad because I was laughing. I wasn't laughing at her, per se. I was just thought the whole thing was kind of funny. It was like a cute little situation where a lady with a head full of NBC was spouting off some talking points and thinking this was her righteous struggle against the evil of the world, and all we are white people who care about white people. Oh, the humanity. Can you turn that down a little bit, babe? So yeah, I laughed a little. I said, Sarah, you're shaking. Sarah, relax. We love you. I'm trying to, like, get her to just understand that her perception of the situation is grossly inaccurate. But I can't, like, sit there and explain, hey, look, here's the thing. Amish is code. Let me tell you what Amish is code for real quick. And let me explain the entire history of multiculturalism. Let me explain Satan's movements throughout the history of the world. Let me explain to you what modern Europe is going through. Let me explain to you how every thought in your head was handcrafted specifically for the disenfranchisement, demoralization, and destruction of white people, specifically Christian white males. You know as well as I do that leftists don't really have time for that sort of conversation. Sarah's especially, they tend to interrupt. Sarah's tend to interrupt, don't they, guys? It's not really about having a conversation. It's about, I feel that I know something. Anyway, Maria ran into the fellowship hall and apparently just started talking to everybody else in the fellowship hall and apparently saying some pretty crazy things. She said, she called me a racist and a white supremacist, and she's like, and maybe I am, I don't know, but what does that have to do with church? I didn't know the conversation was occurring. All I know is at the end, a bunch of people walked out and they were like, you got a good woman there, brother. What happened? I hung out outside. I didn't know. Why you all mad over there? You want to come do the show with me? Hey, Mad. Hey, Mad in the living room. You want to come over here? No. Yeah, I didn't think so. Well, she's talked about getting us kicked out of the church, kicked out of maybe the diocese, stuff like that. And who knows? Who knows what sort of factionalism can occur? It's in God's hands. It's in God's hands. But I don't want to lose my church. I'll tell you that much. I don't want to lose my church. Because some people watch TV. Because some people watch TV. Not a lot of us, but some of us. You know. Speaking of Sarah's, I've heard that the Raging Tomato is crashing and burning. I haven't followed it super much. What up, Randy West? Thank you for your membership. W Randy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we got a couple Sarahs to go through right now. So she's not the only one who exposed herself. Maybe I'm just, oh, but yeah, so I don't realize how many leftists are running this world and how many people subscribe to this sort of nonsense that gets sold to them on the, you know, mainstream media. To me, I'm like, that's impossible. Nobody could believe that crap, right? But, you know, people believe often whatever suits them. And I'm always worried about that myself, you know. I keep, like, double checking to see if I'm wrong about Charlie Kirk. I'm like, maybe Israel didn't do it? No. Well, you know, we all have this thing where we're like, there's a pull. There's a certain pull to truths or to narratives that suit us. Can't really blame people for it. I'm not mad at this woman at all. I just feel bad. Now, Sarah, the Raging Tomato, who is apparently now crashing and burning. And I don't feel good. Like, I was gonna, like, you know, laugh and have a good time about it. But once somebody's down, I don't feel good. Like, I don't like kicking somebody when they're down. Like, I don't like that. I want to see people humbled, but I don't like cruelty, you know, so we'll see what happens. But I did think it might be a good time for me to play my privated video titled Menopause. So I'm going to do that real quick, and then we'll get to our third Sarah. Where am I, guys? Where did I go? See if you can find me. All right, relax. I want to see what I said months ago about her. At least a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago. Because I know I had a real opinion about this lady. To the point where I did a stream called Menopause. Oh, this was before. When was this? Where is this? This was September 15th. Over a month ago, I did this. Now, I think I'm going to do a lot of apologizing for what I said in this video. You guys know me. I'm emotionally, volatile. So I gotta go over here. You're gonna be over there. All right. Hi, and welcome to Menopause with your host, Sarah the Rotten Tomato. What up, Light of Tabor? I just wanted to, I'm not gonna sit there and be scolded by some menopausal power tripping female. Sorry. That's why I left that debate panel immediately. The second she started thinking she could just talk to us however. I'm not doing that. I don't respect that woman at all. And I'm never going on her show, actually. She's power tripping. She runs her debate channel like a freaking daycare, and it's pathetic. And I don't respect her. So, but there was a couple things I want to mention. Let me real quick say, menopause, you know, it happens to everyone. I'm not, you know, it's not like an insult that women go through menopause, but I am using it as an insult in this situation. And, you know, when women do go through menopause, they do become a little crazy. I've seen it myself. And it's things get a little freaky for a couple of years there. And, so I am using it as an attack, but if you're a lady and you're going through it, please, this isn't, you know, What can you do about that? That's like getting mad at men for having big muscles, you know? And that was, let me bring up this Byzantine massacre because I had a chance to look it up. Oh, yeah. So I jumped onto this. Thessalonica in 390 AD. This was Mucus's kill shot. I call them Mucus and Boogers. Mucus's kill shot was I don't know. There's a lot inside baseball. I want to get to the point, but basically there was a debate that Jimmy was having with two Mormons, I think, and they were being really gay about everything they said, and it was obnoxious, and they started making a lot of false claims about the history of the Orthodox Church, and so I fact-checked them using ChatGPT, which lies boldly to me all the time, and then I forget that I did that. But it was right here. But I checked that and a couple other things, and my plan was to simply jump on, fact check them real quick, and leave. But the second I got on, Sarah was cursing at all of us, calling us idiots and telling us to shut the F up, and just like power tripping as if she was somebody. Also, if you do have power, that's not how you should treat people anyway. In fact, it should be the inverse. I don't know if you've ever heard the Saint Nicholas II, Tsar of Russia. He said, the higher a person's position in society, the more he should help others without ever reminding them of his position. But you can tell the character of a person when all of a sudden they get a little bit of power and they start power tripping as if for some reason they deserve it. And that is the mark of an entitled white woman, divorced mom. In my opinion, in my humble opinion. Salonika massacre in 390 AD. I looked it up real quick. Thessalonica, a big city in the Byzantine Empire, modern-day Greece, rioted after a popular charioteer was arrested for sexual assault. The people loved him and wanted him released so he could race. The local Gothic commander, Butheric, refused, and in the unrest he was killed. Emperor Theodosius I, the same one who later made Christianity... Correct, Sweater. It was a Christian nationalist debate in which any time a definition of Christian nationalism was brought to the table and defended it, then the definition changed. They were complete sophists, absolute sophists, and it was obnoxious to behold. And well, let's get through this. It's a short video. Eddie, the official religion of the empire, was furious. In retaliation, he used this idea of a Byzantine emperor doing a bad thing as proof that the Byzantine Empire was bad because one bad thing happened. Completely skimming over the fact that after the Byzantine emperor did this thing, he was held to account by the bishops of the Orthodox Church and refused communion, setting a precedent that even the kings were not higher than God. So it was actually a very interesting thing, but they seemed to skim over that part. Or actually, they didn't address it at all. Ordered troops into the city. During a staged chariot race at the Hippodrome, the army massacred the crowd. Ancient sources say around 7,000 people were slaughtered. The massacre caused a scandal across the Christian world. Ambrose, Bishop of Milan, confronted Theodosius, refusing him communion until he repented. This moment is often remembered as a landmark in church-state relations, showing the church's moral authority over even emperors. Okay? Okay. Just wanted to put that out there. That was Mucus's kill shot. I was just going to bring that up. I was also going to bring up the Orthodox Churches of Russia's synodal statement at the Jubilee Bishop Council in 2001. This is multiple bishops who wrote this, and approved it. The universal nature of the church, however, does not mean that Christians should have no right to national identity and national self-expression. On the contrary, the church unites in herself the universal with the national. Thus, the Orthodox Church, though universal, consists of many autocephalous national churches. Orthodox Christians, aware of being citizens of the heavenly homeland, should not forget about their earthly homeland. Among saints venerated by the Orthodox Church, many became famous for love of their earthly homeland and faithfulness to it. The church has called upon her children to love their homeland and not to spare their lives to protect it if it was threatened. Okay? You understand?
Yep. I understand.
So I was going to get on there and try and talk to these people, but I'm not going to sit here under the power trip of some menopausal mutant woman. That's not going to happen. I'm not doing that. I get on, the first thing she says is F you, I hate you all, don't effing talk. Who do you think you are? I'm not going to sit here and deal with that.
I think that's part of her image.
That's part of her image. Good for her. Good for her. She runs her debate channel like a daycare. It's Daycare Debates with Mommy Rotten Tomato. They should rename it Daycare Debates with Mommy Rotten Tomato. Her show is a joke. Her show is a joke. Period. Now, I'm not piling on here. But I wanted to talk to those guys, even though they were rapscallions. I wanted to ask what Christianity they believe in, if they believe Christ is God.
Just ignore her and go on there.
Just ignore her and go on. No, I'm not going to sit under her.
You have good talking points, though.
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. I do know what I'm talking about. All right, fine.
It's true. You have really good points.
Fine. I don't know who Base Tweaker is. I did eventually go back on and told her
Yeah, I'm
to
gonna
shut
keep
my
my stream
going.
I think I might have cursed. First, let me unsubscribe.
People kept trying to get me to go back on after I said I wouldn't. And I
All
did. I did
Let's watch this
eventually
stupid
betray
garbage.
myself and jump on.
Let me make my point.
Let me see what's going
That
on.
already ended. And I'm not going to make that point to you guys. You can bring it up to this person. I'm not playing that. I'm not interested in that. Not interested in having some woman talk down to me. That's not really my thing. She has menopause. She gets older every stream. She starts off looking kind of young, and then by the end of the stream, she looks like a goblin. And I don't respect her, and I don't care if she has 2 rules. I have rules too. Don't talk to me like that, woman. But I just wanted you guys to know that everything these guys were saying was BS. I would have loved to talk to them, but I'm not. Not if this woman's gonna sit here and police me like it's a freaking daycare. That's obnoxious. That's really obnoxious. This is how women like to run societies. They like to run societies like daycares too. It's just corny. Maria's trying to get me to click the link.
No, you don't have to. But I did find it if you wanted it.
So I don't want to pile up on her. It is what it is. But yeah, I had a real problem with the way she was talking to us. These people who actually bring something to the table, who actually have ideas. Jim Bob gets on her show, increases her viewership, actually knows what he's talking about. And she has the audacity to talk to these people like they're scum. Tell them to shut up. I think I did a stream the next day, actually, where I went into it. I'm keeping that private, though. It doesn't matter. But yeah, the next day I did a stream. Oh, the orc stream. Yeah. Okay, this stream went off a little bit. But I regret a lot of the things I said because sometimes I get too out of pocket. But yeah. I jumped back on because I think Rip... No, No, it was Jason Castle kind of convinced me to jump on there. So finally I did. I said my piece and then I left. But yeah, I felt for a long time that this was a narcissistic divorced mom who hates all men and cannot veil it for the life of her. And the fact that she had a channel really bothered me. And it wouldn't have bothered me if she had some decorum, if she knew how to treat people. But no, she talks to everyone like they're her children that she hates and that she feeds Lunchables to. Because she hates them so much. She's like, I put Lunchables on the counter. Don't talk to mommy till tomorrow. I'm watching my soaps. And collecting checks from your father. That's the vibe I get from her. So that's the second Sarah. But we have a third Sarah, don't we? We have a third Sarah this week. And oh, what a Sarah it is. Oh, what a Sarah it is. Let's get to her. This is someone called, she says her channel a bunch of times, and I actually went over to it. I'll probably go over to it again while we're watching this. And she says, she has like 30,000 subscribers. Oh my God. She has like 30,000 subscribers, and I'm shook. I am shook. You know, I have this dream of a Byzantine Empire. I dream of a Byzantine Empire. I dream of Neo-Byzantium. And then I have leftists at my church trying to get me kicked out. And I have evangelicals haranguing our priests. And I realize my idea of what the world is I'm not saying it's wrong. My idea of what the world should be is what I'm going to hold on to, period. But it's going to take a miracle for us to get there. But what else ever does, you know?
Excuse me. Do you speak English?
I do.
Can I ask you a question?
You can. You might not get the right answer, but I'll try.
Are you? Because you're a priest, yes? Can I ask you? Like,
her
what
teeth are
religion?
sticking out for sure. She's like, you're a priest, yeah? You're a priest, yeah? Certo in Italian, thank you for your membership. Appreciate you. W for you. And we'll go to the membership screen in a little while. Somebody wrote, and if you don't know, now you know, right here, which is fun to say. I always like saying that. I don't know if Biggie Smalls invented that phrase, but he certainly popularized it.
Orthodox.
Okay, can I ask you about it? Can I ask you about your religion?
For the record, I'm wearing shorts over long johns right now. I'd like to show you that. And I'm sitting on a pillow that looks like a World War II tourniquet.
Okay, what do you want to know?
Well, I mean, like, first of all, like, who's Jesus? Like, who do you say Jesus is?
Jesus Christ is the only begotten Son of God.
And you believe that he's God himself?
Well, Jesus is God and man.
Yeah, I agree.
So he's not just God, he's also man. At one point, before all things, he was only God. Right?
Right,
The
I
Son,
agree, yeah.
Only begotten of the Father. At the incarnation of the Virgin Mary, he is now God and man. Perfectly God.
Yeah. My enemies open their mouths upon me. Isn't that a psalm? Pretty sure that's in the Psalms.
Man, two natures in one
They're just
person.
like,
Right, okay. So, can I ask you then, according to your religion, like, what do I have to do in
according
order
to your
to be saved?
religion,
Well, you should be believe.
what I
be
got to do to be
baptized,
saved? Now,
live a
here's
life of
where I
repentance
got.
and effort to-
Now, chat, this is where I got them. Because I said, here's what I got him, Chet, because I said, what are you going to do to be saved? And he said, well, you got to be baptized and be part of the life of the church. And she's like, well, now there's where you're wrong, actual man of God. There's where you're wrong, actual man of God. Entrusted with the life of the flock. Entrusted with the life of Christ's flock. Actually, here's where you're wrong. See, I got you there. I've tricked you. Because the way I read the Bible is I thought the right thing, and then nothing ever bad happened ever again, and now I yell at everyone.
To attain your purpose in life.
So I have to do works.
You would call them, some people would call them works. I would call them, do you have children?
Yeah.
Do you do works by taking care of your children?
Well, my children don't have to work in order to earn my love. It just comes naturally to me.
But do you do things for them because you love them?
Yeah, but there's a difference between them doing things
Now
for
she's
me
like,
in order to...
she's criticizing God. She's like, my children don't have to do works for me to love them. You're saying yourself up as better than God in this situation? You're saying, well, because God here in this dialectic, this sort of dialectic that you're proposing, God will send you to hell if you don't think the right thing. So I think there's a little bit of pride there. There's a little bit of a flex where you're like, I'm better than God, actually. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that's kind of the vibe here. If you've watched this already, that's kind of the whole entire vibe.
Say, like, for me to be their mom, and instead of me doing stuff for them as their mother. So, like, God, see, the thing is, Jesus was God. You said God, yeah?
Of course.
And so Jesus is God in the flesh. And so when he came down on the cross and suffered and died for us, right, he did the work for us. And it tells us in Ephesians 2:8 that we're saved by grace through faith in Jesus apart from any works. So
Yes, and we are his workmanship, made unto God for good works. That's the next.
You heard that part? And we are his workmanship made unto God for good works. You heard that part? She didn't.
Sentence.
well, the thing is, I believe that we are, after Jesus saves us. So we're
This is the entire conversation. Oi, 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 in it. And then he goes, well, actually this. And she goes, oh, dodge that real quick. Continue berating.
The Bible speaks of regeneration, so we're dead spiritually, we're dead in our sin, and so when Jesus makes us alive and then he gives us the Holy Spirit, we have a new nature, and what we do is we rest in the finished works of Christ, and so Christ in us produces the fruit of the Spirit, but we're not working to be saved, it's just a fruit of having been saved.
Prodle. Has anybody coined the term prodle yet? And she's not noticing that this is literally her works. Her works. And Jim Bob pointed this out, but I thought of it first in my own brain before I even heard him say it, What she doesn't realize is that Protestant works is berating everyone. That's Protestant works. Berating people, and then patting yourself on the back and saying, well, chat, we tried, but unfortunately this Orthodox priest is destined for hell because he didn't come under the yoke of my half-remembered prop prattle.
But we have a different approach to salvation. What is salvation?
So basically it's about putting our faith and trust in Jesus and having all our sins forgiven.
What is salvation?
Prattle.
So eternal life.
Tell me what it, and what is eternal life?
What is eternal life? So it's basically God came to reconcile mankind to himself so that we could live forever with him in paradise. He didn't come to start a new religion. So can I ask you then, because Jesus says that unless a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. So you were Protestant, right? You just said that. You was a evangelical.
This woman's
right?
posture is upsetting right here. This is upsetting to look at.
And then obviously
That's not okay. Oof. That's crazy. She needs to sit up. I know it hurts. I need to sit up. I look at her and I'm reminded that I need to sit straight. So in a way, thank you.
converted to Greek Orthodox, you became a priest, right?
Yeah, in America.
Okay.
This woman's flapping bread around in her mouth. She didn't even really eat it. Can we just, real quick, focus in on this lady right here as she puts bread in her mouth and then flops it around with her hands?
Converted to Greek
There we
Orthodox,
go.
you became a priest,
And then,
right?
Yeah,
bop, bop,
in
bop, bop.
America.
Okay, so why, a lot of people that change from religion, that basically, they're
Maybe I'm
evangelical and then they join a religion, they tend to think that they're still of the mindset that their good works save them. Instead of resting in the finished works of Jesus, they're
I
still of the
understand your
mindset
argument,
that
but
their
it's just
good works
for
save
us.
them.
There is there's no dichotomy, because if you love, you work.
So how do you get
love your
born
children,
again?
You work for them. How are
Put
you
some
born
beats
again?
behind
Yeah.
this. This is rough. Let me listen to some music behind this. Ambient. This is called Honestly, I Can't Remember. Let's see if that's good. Make this more bearable, I hope. Perfect.
How do you
Born
receive
again.
the Holy Spirit?
Through baptism, and then
Okay,
and then
so
after
where
baptism,
does the Bible say that you received the Holy Spirit for water baptism?
baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son,
Yeah,
and the
but that
Holy
doesn't
Spirit.
mean that,
And he also
being
says-
baptized.
Where does the Bible say that you get saved through baptism? Anybody? Because he didn't answer this question. And honestly, he's put on the spot. It's an uncomfortable situation. He's just trying to hang out with his matushka. But does anybody know? Because it does say that. The Bible does say that. Anybody? No peeking. Off the dome or leave me alone. Stephen David? Hey, anybody? Well, nobody's in chat. Okay. 1 Peter 3:21. 1 Peter 3:21. Baptism now saves you. What do they do with those verses? What do they do with verses like, my flesh is actual food and my blood is actual drink? I'm not lying. This isn't a metaphor. I'm talking about actual blood, actual flesh. What do they do with things like that? What do they do with baptism now saves you? What do they do with stuff like that? What do they do with faith? What is it? Faith without works is dead? 1 James 2? What do they do with that? They're like, yeah, he meant alive. Yeah, he says faith without works is dead. What he meant was alive. That's why we were going to get rid of that book, because he messed up. It was a slip of the pen right there when James said that exact thing. Let me see.
Yeah, I don't like that one. There's all these verses of the Bible that and you'll notice this during this conversation. This is not a conversation in any way, shape, or form. It is a woman beating a man of God over the head with her half-remembered Zio exegesis. That's really all that's happening here. And anytime he asks a meaningful question, she just pushes past it. And then she leaves and says, my job here is done. I've yelled at another man of God. Oh Lord, if only these fools could be as great as I am. Prelest! I once was bad, but now I'm good. Now I'm good. That whole thing of sinning, it's over. I struggle not with that. My struggle now is berating people over the head with my newly invented theology.
Water baptism, I
John
would say.
chapter 3.
So you have to be born of water and spirit, right?
Yeah.
So when Nicodemus came to
Right. And
Jesus,
the Holy Spirit comes to us with baptism, and then we struggle for in life, and we struggle to not that anything we do earns our salvation.
And that's another thing. It's like, yeah, we are saved by grace, as if we could earn it. But that doesn't mean we don't operate within the grace of God. It doesn't mean we don't, we are, what was the verse that she quoted to him? And then he said the end of? Does anybody remember? We are called unto him for good works. It doesn't mean the job is done. Saved. What was I doing? Let me get back to whatever I was doing. Said the right thing. Let's move on with our life.
But we react in.
No, this is your life. This is your life. Orthodoxy is your life. If you're an actual Christian and you actually read the words of Jesus, and not just the words of Jesus, but the words of all the prophets and all the apostles and the saints, then you quickly realize nothing you do is good enough. You are not going to be good enough. No matter how much you do, it will always be grace alone that saves you, and not your works. But these people think that means they got a free pass. Well, I ain't got to do nothing then. And if you think I got to do stuff, then you're preaching the devil's doctrine. And so is the Bible, and so is all of church history, up until my guy, Martin Luther King Jr.
In love to God. You love God. You want to do things.
right? But the thing is, I think
you
it's
love your
very
children, you want
important.
to do
Okay, but I think it's very important to establish how a person is actually born again, because you say through water baptism, and you get.
What happened to the goal? It disappeared? I try so hard and get so far, and in the end, didn't even matter. Where's my freaking goal? The goal's still there?
Okay, but I think
Oh,
it's very.
guys, quick reminder. Wait, no, the goal is gone. Why'd the goal leave? I don't see it. I'm gonna start a new goal. I got about 2 hours before I gotta leave. I'll reduce the goal, but I have a quick reminder to you guys. I don't know why you give me money, but I've grown accustomed to it. Please give me more. Thank you. All right, back to this.
Get that from John 3, where Jesus said you have to be born of water and spirit, right? And so people, not just the Greek Orthodox, but Roman Catholicism and other religions like the Mormon Church or Jehovah's
I'm not
Witnesses.
concerned about what they say.
No, but every
I'm not
religion
concerned about
wants
what
to
they
say, okay, but all religions want to say that you receive the Holy Spirit through water baptism, right? Okay, well, when Nicodemus came to Jesus in John chapter 3, Jesus says to him, you are a teacher of Israel and you don't know this, because Nicodemus was very confused about the term born again. He says, well, do I have to enter into my mother's womb a second time?
It
So-
actually means born from above.
Right, but what Jesus was effectively telling us.
You
is that
mean I
basically
got to
what
do
has been revealed
what?
to us
Preacher,
already,
you are
right, Nicodemus should have
misinformed.
known.
You are
And so God speaks about the new
misinformed.
birth in the book of
Preacher.
Ezekiel 36:25, where he says, I will take their heart of stone, I will give them a heart of flesh, I will sprinkle clean water on them, and I will give them my spirit, and I will be the one to them and enable them to walk in my ways. And so when you read, say for example, Titus chapter 3 verse 4 and 5, it says we're not saved because of the righteous things that we do, but through the washing and regeneration of the Holy Spirit, right? So it's the Holy Spirit washing us and regenerating us. And then in Matthew chapter 3 verse 15, Jesus calls baptism
If
a
you press the
righteous
heart
work.
button right now,
and when you
they'll
study
go on the priest.
the book of Acts, not one person
If you press the
received
heart
the
button,
Holy
little
Spirit
hearts
before
will
baptism. The
gather
eunuch
around
had
the
to
priest, so
believe.
go ahead and do that.
Cornelius received the Holy Spirit before baptism, and there were people who were baptized but they didn't receive the Holy Spirit.
And they received it with the laying out of hands.
Well, this is the thing. It was
the
to
equivalent
basically.
of
Well, I
chrismation.
mean, I believe that was to establish the apostles
Can I
as
ask you a
true men
question?
of God.
You wanted to interview me, but you're really trying to evangelize me.
Well, I mean, at the end of the
mean,
day, I
He
think.
said it was an interview. Yeah, I said it was an interview, innit? But here's the thing. I'm actually just berating you over the head with woman prattle. 30,000 subscribers this woman has. It means there's a market for this crap. And what the market is orthodoxy scares me with its claims. I want it to not be true. Please don't give him a chance to talk. Please yell over them and tell him that he's preaching a false gospel. Tell him that he's leading people astray. And then cut him off whenever he starts to respond. And that'll sustain me for, I don't know, a day or two until the doubts start creeping back up about my insane theology that none of the church fathers or saints or the apostles themselves share. Needs constant upkeep. A lie needs constant upkeep. Remember that. Why do you think the Jews bought TikTok? A lie needs constant upkeep in order to be effective. You can't just let it sit. You have to reinforce it constantly and not give people a chance to think outside of it.
I think it's about establishing the truth, don't you think?
I believe the truth.
Because
I'm an
I don't-
Orthodox priest.
Well, I
I
bel-
practice the truth. I
So,
pray
but that's
the
the
truth.
thing. Jesus rebuked the Pharisees because the Pharisees thought they were righteous
Where are you
because
from?
of their religious works.
Where are you
UK,
from?
England.
Okay, you sound like-
Hit him with that. Thank you, Father. Where are you from, bro? Where are you from, bro? Transylvania? Where are you from? Hades itself?
You know, you have free will to believe what you wish.
No, I know,
and
but
teach
it's
how you
not
wish.
about that. But
I
it's about
also
the
do
truth.
too.
Yeah, but that's
It's
the thing.
not about that. It's not
understand.
about my free will. It's about the truth. And you don't have the truth, and I have the truth, right? Innit? Because listen, at the end of the day, innit, right? You false teacher. I see that you have a flock and you're leading them astray. And what I'm trying to do is fix them by saying, listen, you ain't gonna do nothing. Just think the right thing. Don't get baptized. Baptism's fake. The Eucharist is a lie. Everyone before me is dumb. Female preacher. Prelest.
But we're going to know each other for another few minutes, and then you go to the UK and I go back to Texas.
Well, the thing is, I would like it if you could go back to Texas believing the truth.
Well, I
The
mean,
You have to be
truth!
born again. That's supernatural. That's where God takes your heart of stone, gives you a heart of flesh, puts His spirit in you,
I
and
was a
then brings you
Protestant.
into.
Lock her up. Lock her up. In Byzantium, she would have been exiled. She's a witch. In Byzantium, we would have considered her a witch. What did you say? You're a witch. I'm at a point in my life where I don't see a difference between Protestantism and Wicca. That's just me. Me personally, I don't see a difference between women prattle Protestantism, and Wicca. And being a witch.
Total_gravity 9391 super chatted $10. If it's faith alone, then why do I have to stop working?
Oh, yeah. You could be like, well, then stop working. Why do I have to stop working? What does it matter if I work or not? Can I work? Can I not work? But she knows she has to work. But the way evangelicals work is by evangelizing. They got a little scorecard. I yelled at 400 heathens this month and posted it on YouTube. Look, we've all been there. We've all been prots at some point. Well, some of you have been Catholics, and I think it might be a smoother transition. Shout out to Murder the Media. But I'll probably let him on my show on Friday. Let him. Listen to me. What? I'll probably let him have him on my show on Friday, and we'll talk about it then. I don't want to reveal anything. But I think it's an easier transition for Catholics, who are equally wrong. But if you come from Protestantism, you come from this mentality where it's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. And you feel this wrongness. If you're sensitive, if your soul's sensitive, you can feel lies. You can feel them. And so what you end up trying to do, you end up frantically scrambling for something that is a work but isn't. You try and prove to yourself that you're different now, when the only thing that's changed is you hound people down and beat them over the head with your King James Bible. Would I rather be neighbors with a Protestant woman or a family of serpents? Ooh, scary. Why you ask such a scary question? Don't put me on the spot, brother. Too scary. Sorry, Extanglia, that's too scary.
Relationship.
Sometime, and then
I don't believe you were born again, though. That's the point I'm trying to make. Because if you still believe,
you know what? You have freedom to not believe I was born again. You have the freedom, but I have the freedom to know that I was born again.
It's not just about you. You have set yourself up as a preacher and a teacher, and therefore a teaching on God's word, a different gospel. Galatians 1:8 says you're cursed.
Well, ma'am.
Because you're teaching works-based salvation.
You have the freedom to
This
think
is
I'm
great
cursed.
advertising for anything besides Protestantism. I don't know if it's great advertising for Orthodoxy. I think Father, I forget his name, did a great job. I know all of you know his name. I'm stupid. You're smart. But it's definitely great advertising for not Protestantism. Anybody who watches this and thinks we've done it, their name is Sarah.
I wouldn't say that you're cursed. I would say that you believe falsely.
No,
and
but you believe that your work
sincerely.
saved you. You're saying that Jesus' work on the cross is not enough to save
Not
you.
only is she telling not only is she telling her position, not only is she telling him her position, she's telling him his position, while not allowing him to actually give his position.
Must do something that your righteousness, even though God says it says filthy rags, can somehow
you know
get
that
you to heaven.
this is not going to change anything. What you're saying to me, you're just haranguing me. I'm an Orthodox priest. I preach the truth. I know
You're
the
not
truth.
preaching the truth. That's
Well,
the thing.
You're not preaching the
You're
truth.
works-based salvation. You're
free
leading
to
them
Works-based.
astray.
I remember
They have to be
that was
born
one
again,
thing when I was a
constantly.
Protestant. People would be like, how they preach to Mormons, and they'd be like, well, you got to tell Mormons that their salvation is works-based. Like, where'd this lingo come from? Oh, you're doing a works-based. That's how I know you're wrong, because you're doing a works-based. Y'all like latched onto that so hard, ignoring everything else. And I get it. I actually get it. Catholicism was a heavy yoke. It stopped being a heavy yoke over the nowadays, which is, I think, why most Catholics are more or less checked out. Because how can you even be a Catholic? There's so many conflicting doctrines, and I think you just like, I'm going through it, I'm doing the thing, I know it's real, don't think about it too much. Don't visit an Orthodox liturgy. Do not go to a divine liturgy and have your entire life change in an instant. It's easier just not to think about it too much because there's so much inner turmoil. Doctrine-wise. Theology-wise. But at the time of Martin Luther, it was a heavy yoke. A very heavy yoke. A very heavy yoke. And you can sympathize with Martin Luther, that he wanted anything but that yoke, to the point where he was willing to call the Epistle of James an epistle of straw. Now, as a farmhand myself, I know that straw, and maybe this is obvious to everyone, but as you know, I'm retarded, but as a LARPing homesteader, I can tell you that animals don't eat straw. Did you know that? They eat hay. Did you know that already? They poop on straw. They poop on straw. Martin Luther said that the brother of Christ, his epistle, should be pooped on. Let's not mince words. That's what he said. But he was dealing with a church that put such heavy burdens on the people that he was willing to do anything to get out from underneath them. That's what I think. You know, and I don't have access to his thoughts, but I'm pretty good about knowing my own.
Understand what you're saying. I had that sort of belief. I know what is true. And
But you were, I don't believe you were born again. Because I used to be a Roman Catholic,
you
right?
have the freedom, so was I. I was actually raised Roman Catholic.
Right, okay, well,
and
me
I rejected
too.
that, became Protestant.
Okay.
You have the freedom to believe
Well,
anything
even
you want.
I don't believe. Obviously, you became Protestant. You were Roman Catholic, became Protestant. Now you're Greek Orthodox. I don't believe you've found the truth yet.
Okay.
I was a Roman Catholic, okay, and then Jesus brought me.
Testimony time. Testimony time. Now give me your testimony. That's another work of the evangelicals. Testimony. Can I tell you my rehearsed story that I've said 100,000 times? Never gets boring to me. Here we go. I was a drug addict, lost in the wisps of the whore market, eating bees and killing dogs for a living. And then a man on acid gave me a pamphlet that said, you're going to go to hell. And I got super scared. And now I'm annoying. Okay.
To the end of myself.
Seraphim, you are free with your free will to pray for me.
Oh no, I absolutely will pray for you. Absolutely.
That's all there is to
But
it.
Jesus brought me to the end of myself when I cried out to him.
What is your name?
Sarah.
Sarah.
Right. When Jesus brought
Sarah,
me to the end.
I think we should stop this conversation because I'm with my wife and Joe and his wife is somewhere meeting with friends, and we're about to go and get it on our plane and fly home.
Well, don't you think this is probably like one of the most important conversations we could ever have? Is to
No,
talk about
because-
salvation, because even Paul was saying.
Not your point.
Hassan did nothing wrong. Team Hassan. Beat your dogs. Electrocute dogs. Pavlov them. Hassan did nothing wrong. Pavlov did nothing wrong. Stop being gay about dogs. They're vicious creatures. They need to be put to heel.
Even Paul said that he was said not to
You have to
baptize, but
understand.
to preach the gospel in 1
I once preached like you
Corinthians.
did, but I don't do it anymore.
Because I don't believe you were saved.
You
There's
have
a
to-
lot of people in the Protestant.
Okay, he's wrong because he's Turkish, not because he electrocutes dogs. Like, give me a break. Dali electrocuted monkeys. You still like his wiggly little clogs.
Church
You
that
have
think they're
that
saved, but
freedom.
they're not.
You are free to believe that.
Okay.
I'm not impinging upon
Can I?
any of your.
Okay. What about Paul then? Paul said that he was said not to baptize, but to preach the
Sarah,
gospel.
I want to
If
stop
baptism
now.
was
It's
regeneration,
not
then why
gonna
was
come to
Paul
any-
not sent to
It's not going to
baptize?
come to anything, okay? It's not going to change anything. I respect that you have your beliefs, and I know what I know. I know that God.
You don't, it's
I've
what about
seen
the Bible
experience.
say?
I
What's
know
about
that
the Bible?
is consistent with what
You
the
haven't.
Orthodox Church is.
I have not yet begun to bother all of you. For the record, I haven't even started talking about Twilight today. or my spleen. This is just the beginning. This is only the beginning of me upsetting all of you. Strap in.
Romans chapter 5, we have peace with God having been
We're just gonna have
justified.
contradiction here. We're just going to have
Well,
contradiction.
explain to me how, you know,
No, I'm going to stop explaining now because, and by the way, you're going to put that on the internet or something?
yeah, I
you
do
gonna-
I do evangelism,
Are
so
you gonna
this is
give
what I
me
do.
the URL?
So basically, am I going to give you? Oh, it's Sarah's Ministries for Jesus. You can check it
Well,
out.
Rip.
Sarah's Ministry to Jesus, if I Google that?
Yeah, you can check it out.
Okay, I'll do that. Well,
It's
God
on
bless you.
YouTube.
Okay, God bless
All
you.
right. Well, look, I really pray for you because
Yo,
you are preaching a
that's a
different.
performative contradiction. Why do you use a light bulb if you hate electrocuting animals so much, idiot?
Gospel. You are leading
mean,
people
I'm
astray.
fine for
You are
anyone who
teaching. You are teaching a false gospel message. You're teaching a different gospel,
And I would say
a
to you,
works-based
in a nicer
salvation.
way, because you're kind of haranguing me right now, I would say the same thing to you, but you have freedom.
Right,
You
but
have
it's
freedom.
about the truth. It's about God's truth. So you know,
right.
Jesus says the way is narrow, few
Right.
find it, but the road to hell is broad, wide, many enter on it.
I know
okay?
all those scriptures too, Sarah.
Okay,
I
well
know
then
them
you
all.
should be happy to have a discussion with me about it.
But
That's
see,
the craziest sentence of the whole video. You should be happy to have a discussion with me about it. At what point was this a discussion? I would love to talk to you about your weird thoughts. Female priest? You priestess? You weird priestess? I would love to have a conversation with you. But that's not what's happening here. What's happening is you're berating me. You're yelling at me.
You're trying to evangelize me and convert me.
Well,
We're
no,
not
I
having
want
a
you to be born
discussion.
again, supernaturally.
We're having a you're trying to basically push
What
me
up,
to
y'all?
your belief. I'm
Bunch
not
of new
going to
people
believe
all of a
what you're
sudden. What, I do something? What, I get raided? All right, you're just in time. Yeah, this is the most important discussion. It's unbelievable. The viscosity of these people. I just wanted to say viscosity.
I,
Oh, well,
in the
you know,
previous life, I did, and
It's almost
now I
over.
don't.
But that's what you never truly believe. Jesus knows the end from the beginning, so he.
Tiggle bitty. What are you saying what about? I don't know if it's on time. What up, Chris? Spider in the
Everybody
house.
super chat
Austin
is
Natulio.
$4.99.
Whole bunch of dang
What?
things. Yeah, it's the fourth time I've seen it too. All right? Stop complaining. Stop complaining, everyone. Stop complaining, all of you. Understood? Don't care. This is the fourth time I've watched it. Did you see how many comments I put below this video? Did you get to see that? Go ahead and check the comments on this video. They're full of me. They're full of me. Sputtering mad. This is the first time you've watched it with Tony. And I've talked about electrocuting dogs. I've quoted 1 Peter. I've done a lot of new things. It's a lot of new stuff. We're doing Jim Bob's show over again today. All right? At least I'm doing a show. I could be trying to find something to replace the Twilight-sized void in my life because I finished the entire series last night with my wife. I could be doing that. Instead, I said, no, I must do a show. Somebody gave me money. Let me give them a sound. Who gave me money? Tigglebitty said, what? Here's your sound, Tigglebitty. You can't hear it. Here's your sound, Tigglebitty. Did you like the ending when he crosses her? And she says, don't do that. I don't like that. I'm surprised she didn't sue him for secular harassment.
Hi, guys. Welcome to the show. I guess I realized I didn't say that yet. Hi, welcome to the show. My name is Hello Listener. You call me Sarah for short. I have not sold my soul. I'm a real person. We got a big show today. A lot of things going on in the world. A lot of it I already said, but I do have notes. But first, let me subject you to the rest of this video.
You knew in your heart that you didn't believe. Romans 10:9.
I know you believe.
If you confess the Lord
Don't say
Jesus,
boo.
believe in your heart,
Don't say
but-
boo, Spider. Say good. Thank you, chair throwing it. That's clap. Clap. Thank you, Tiggle Bitty. You get another one. And this one's called Business. And don't worry about those dogs.
$1.99. Nice sound.
Nice sound to you, brother. Uh-oh, now we gotta play Standing on Business. That's your fault. Now, guys, I know I don't know what... Oh, my gosh! No! Okay. What was I gonna say to you? Rachel? I'm just gonna start saying that instead of goal.
Super chatted $9.99. Toonie.
Toonie. Toonie. Where's my Standing on Business song? Oh, there it is. Oh, I called it Stab Dub G on Buis Nice. And that's simply incorrect. There's no two ways about it. Now, actually, that reminds me, I'm glad you're here, Rachel. Rachel promised me your husband's spleen recently. Pretty cool. Guys, your boy's going to get a spleen. But here's the thing, and I've been thinking about it a lot, because Andrew is powerful. And so Rachel informed me that Andrew has an extra spleen. And I was like, well, now it all makes sense. How's he able to do this? His black bile is more regulated than any of ours. As you know, we have the four humors. What are the four humors? Blood, yellow bile, phlegm, and black bile. Blood is associated with being hot and moist. Yuck. Yellow bile is associated with being hot and dry. Phlegm is associated with being cold and wet. Black bile is associated with being cold and dry and autism. No, it was linked to a melancholic temperament marked by sadness. Guys, they removed my spleen when I was in 5th grade. And so I'm melancholy to the core. I always have been. It's weird. This is the true science. I believe in ancient Greek and Roman science. I believe in the four humors. So I'm always sad. I make beautiful music. It touches your soul. You cry. I pour out my black bile into my music, and it affects all of you. But it also affects me deeply, and I have a hard time staying afloat. Whereas Andrew, ironclad. And now we know why. He has the most regulated black bile of all of the people on Earth. He has 2 spleens. You can't regulate your black bile more than that. This man regulates. You understand? So I might have to turn down your offer to give me your husband's extra spleen, Rachel. As much as I appreciate it, I do want your husband's extra spleen, but I have a feeling it'll do too much. And I don't want to see him weakened. I don't want to see Andrew melancholy. I don't want to see him making weird electronic music. I want to see him defeating the people. So thank you, but I decline. I'm going to remain spleenless for now until a better offer comes.
Please send my regards to your husband. All right. Let's play Standing on Business for a minute. Oh, I messed it up. I have to start over. I should really just record this. Oh, I did. Where's my hello listener thing? Spleenless melancholia. Oh. Yeah. Actually, speaking
Suzanne
of which, guys.
Griffith super chatted $4.99. Spleenless melancholia.
Thank you very much. Here's your sound. It's a deep layered brown sound. Don't listen if you're squeamish with your bowels. I have a spleen hoodie for sale till the end of the month, and I just want to show it to you. And I know you're like, he's shilling. Give me money. You didn't give me enough, guys. Give me more money. Give me more. I want more money, please. All right, so here's the shop. And right now we have these spleen hoodies that are available all Spleentober. Limited edition spleen hoodies available till the end of the month. And then they're gone. And you'll never see them again. Never. So if you don't get them, you don't get them. And also, speaking of give me money, I need money. I don't know why you give me money, but I've grown accustomed to you giving me money, and I'd like more money, please. I know I said 2 hours on this goal. But I actually only have an hour. So if you hit it, if you don't hit it, it's fine. All right. Now back to my notes. Austin DiTullio, thank you, dude.
At Austin D'Italio 6,682 super chatted $5. Here's the monies.
You're going to get a analog sound. To kind of bolster this, I'm going to give analog sounds. For any super chat that I get for the rest of the day. And yours is reckless office. And it's not very planned, and I say things that I usually wish I didn't. Okay. A spooky tantric.
At Jason's Hill 2,945 super chatted $2.
Thank you. A spooky tantric king is what I was trying to say. I wrote down this. I thought it'd be funny if somebody said this in passing while I was like sitting out to eat, if two ladies walked by and one of them said, "Can you believe I still have my baby teeth? Isn't that so cute?" The Wolfstein
There's this scene. What wolf scene? There's a wolf scene in one of the Twilight movies. They're all kind of mixing together now because I watched them all in rapid succession. But there was a scene where like all these wolves were like going crazy and running around, and it seemed like it made me think of like a dream that you'd have if you ate a whole jar of mustard. The Twilight series is like a dream you'd have if you ate an entire jar of mustard. If that was your meal for the night, I'll just eat all of this mustard, and then you go to sleep and Twilight happens. Jake's Sigma. He's a lone wolf. He's actually Sigma, but then actually no, he's a freaking pedophile because he fell in love with a baby. It's very pedo coded. It's a gross show. Don't ever watch it. It's the worst thing that's ever happened. Team Edward. Also, I hate Edward. Edward called the baby a thing. He's a gay lib. Bella is based. She's pro-life. She waited till marriage to have sex, and she had a baby even though it was going to kill her. So she's more based than a lot of us. Bella's based, and I've changed my mind. Okay? That's in Twilight news. In case anybody was wondering. I watched all the Twilight movies. Today, Maria said to me, Protestants are infuriating. I can understand why the Catholics killed them. That was pretty funny. Sorry. But I gave her credit instead of saying it myself. So I'm a good man. Righteous. There was another thing about this video. She said to this guy that you set yourself up as a teacher.
Yes.
Whatever. She says, you set yourself up as a teacher. And I was thinking, that's the most ironic thing, because actually the church itself set him up as a teacher. And actually she set herself up as a teacher. There's so much irony that just a calm, lucid mind can pick out from watching this insane video. I have another note. It just says Twilight. Maybe I had more things to think about Twilight. Somebody messaged me, commented on one of my videos today saying, Tony, watching you is like watching bloopers at the end of Jackie Chan movies. I love you. I didn't know what to say back, but thanks. Oh, I kind of wanted to try more of those jokes I did on Orthothugs. I found a new way of doing jokes that I think is really interesting. I don't know if I'm there yet, but I found this new way of doing jokes that I think I invented. Maybe I'll wait till tomorrow. Guys, if you're not subscribed to if you're not a member of Orthothugs, you're missing out on hours of content every week where me and Jimmy just kind of get weird. We get kind of weird. All right. See what you guys are saying real quick. Martin Luther started drowning people who disagreed with his theology. So, you know, that's true. Martin Luther was bad. Actually, did you see the Baptist person who showed a picture on Twitter of a statue of Mary, Theotokos, and said, PISS be upon the Queen of Heaven. That's what he said on Twitter. And I have no reason not to, when I come to power, punish him for being a witch. All of these people are witches. Anyone who's not Orthodox is a witch. That's how I'm simple. I'm not going to get caught in the weeds with all of these different types of witches. You're all either Orthodox or you're a witch. That's it from now on.
W, Gorilla Biscuit, for doing that nice thing. Which, thank you. And actually, you know what? In a little while, we'll go to the screen where I would thank all my new members. I can't thank all my members because, gosh, I have more than I can count. This is a very popular channel. People really, really like me. Based View Listener. Thank you, hello. Thank you for having half of my name also. Kevin Howe, yes, you are a witch then. Luckily, you can get away with it for now, but not for long. Enjoy your time. Enjoy your time here in America while we still call it that. Jim Bob said, do vampires get HIV? I don't think so because they're actually animated corpses. Twilight is a show about necrophilia versus bestiality. Take that in. It's weird. It's weird the whole time. And the people don't look like people. None of the people in that movie look like humans. They all look uncanny. It's uncomfortable to watch. I hate it. Wish I never watched it. Loved it. Looking for something to fill the void now. If anybody has any suggestions on what I should watch now, since I can't watch Twilight anymore, is there anything else like that? Is there anything else even like that on Earth? Because I'd like to watch that. Don't worry about the dogs. If you want to see them, hit the goal. It's real simple. I didn't make it complicated. I'll show you my puppies. And it's a limited time. We put them up for sale this week, so hopefully they'll be gone, and I'll get a good night's sleep. I don't want to tell you how mad I got last night because I shamed myself. I broke the door off its hinges last night. The door directly behind me is now just more of a piece of wood that we prop in front of the door hole. Let's see what we got over here. All right, so what are we doing now? Everybody's here. I did all my stuff. I watched an entire video. Tony, you got to watch a movie that's free on YouTube called The Last Vampire on Earth. Oh, I've heard about that. With the weird guy. This time, the boy has Down syndrome. In Twilight, Bella has Down syndrome. But in the Mormon Twilight, what's it called again? Hold on. In Mormon Twilight, the boy has Down syndrome. It's called The Last Vampire on Earth. And to call it the Mormon Twilight is weird because Twilight was written by a Mormon. Yeah, look at this guy. Wait. The Last Vampire on Earth? Yeah, whatever. Alright, I don't know what to do with all you people. You showed up after I did all my things. Here's a song. It's a funky raccoon. I love Neil Breen. Who am I? What am I? I love him. No, wait, for the record, I don't mean other vampire movies. I'm not like into vampires now. I just need something that thinks it's epic, but is actually the worst thing that's happened to us all ever. To us all ever. Twilight hails itself. You should see the final movie. They really thought they did something. And they almost, at a certain point, because the whole show, I'm just looking at my wife, making fun of everything that happens. I'm watching every movie, and we're just laughing. But then at the end, I got beaten into submission, and I couldn't fight back anymore. By the end of it, I was just like, no, this is legitimate. Or not even this is legitimate. I was Pavlov's dog. I lied on the ground, and I let it electrocute me. There was no use fighting anymore. That's what happened to me with Twilight. Hassan did nothing wrong. Hassan is something wrong. Electrocute dogs. Electrocute every dog. Guys, welcome to the show. Thank you for the raid. Electrocute dogs. Hassan is wrong because he's Turkish, not because he Pavlovs his pets. You keep characterizing me, Big Boss. I said he's bad because he's a Turk. Turks are bad. I actually I bought figs once. Story time. Orthodoxy, the antithesis to me.
Jericho Danger super chatted $2. Orthodoxy, the antithesis to me doctrine of prot.
I think I get what you're saying there. I think I get what you're putting down. You're saying that, like, Protestantism is basically a religion about the self. And that you can hear it in the music. Protestant music is like, you love me, God, you think I'm the best guy. Everything I do, you can't stop looking at me. God is stalking me. God is obsessed with me because I'm so freaking sick. My genes are cool. God is my stalker. So I kind of see what you're saying. Here's your sound. What was I was about to tell you a story. What was I going to talk about? Bethel Beats. Bethel Beats. What was I talking about? My jeans are cool? Yeah. What was I talking about? Guys, tell me what I was talking about, please. That's it. I'm playing Funky Raccoon. I'm almost back, Alex. Almost. I was talking about something. I was about to tell you a cool story. Oh, yeah. I bought figs. Once, I bought figs. I wanted some figs, nig. So I went and I bought them. And I went home and I looked at the package and it said made in Turkey. Okay? Now listen close, Big Boss, because you didn't do this and I did. I went back to the store and I returned the figs. But I didn't just do that. I made a scene. I said, do you want to know why I'm returning these figs? And there were multiple people, workers around, and other people who were uncomfortable because there's a big fat yelling man. And I said, these were made in Turkey. Turkey has been persecuting Christians forever. Why are we allowing their products to be sold in our country while they hurt Christians? I would rather die than eat these figs. I made a big old scene and everyone was like, okay, do you want it on your card or in cash? Thank you, Average Redhead, for the, $100. Thank you, Dad.
At Average Redhead 8,742 super chatted $1.
And this is something I want all of you to do. And here's your sound, Average Redhead. I want all of you to do what I do. I want all of you to treat your life like you're an author writing a book about an interesting man. Unless you're a woman.
I don't know what you should do. I mean, I know what I think you should do. But let me focus on the point. Imagine that you're writing a book about an interesting man who bravely does insane things and doesn't care about the repercussions or what people think of him. Write that about yourself every day. And then go out into the world and say, what would I do if I was interesting? And then just do that. Whenever you think, I don't like what's going on here, but I'll be silent, instead say, I don't like what's going on here. What would happen if I yelled about it? And then go to the owner of the bagel shop and say, I'm not shopping here because you have a gay flag on the wall. I don't like the gays. You hear me? I wanted a bagel, but I'm not going to get one. Because you like the gays, and I don't. Okay. Dude, I love a bagel. Hey, you gotta separate the art from the artist. when it comes to bagels, you gotta separate the art from the artist. It's the only way. You know, I gotta have a bagel. Are you kidding me? I gotta have a bagel. Nice, glad to have you, hello. Alright, what else are we doing? Does anybody have any ideas? I ran out of information. Oh, I probably got some videos on my phone that I recorded and then was like, don't upload that. Let's check. And then a poop. Let me screen the let me screen the next one before I play it on stream, actually. 80s rock ballad, and the peak is what I gotta do with these pies. That's weird. All right. Yeah, I got nothing. What do you guys got? Is there something you'd like me to do? You have me for another hour. I'm leaving in an hour. What up, Rip? Fine, I'll just play another song. I want to hear Shimmer. No, I want to hear Brontosaurus. I'm in a good mood. So yeah, Jimmy told you in the news that the debate show is going to be, that I'm involved. And I just want you to know I didn't worm my way in there like a worm, okay? I didn't worm my way in there. That's not who I am. You must know me by now. You must know me. Know me. I'm not crafty. I don't strategize. I just show up. I can see you guys. I'm reading all of your words.
Another day without sun or blue. Don't know what I should do. Remember when it would shine so bright.
I will do that, but nobody else can request songs. It's not show's over. Instead, just request songs that you want to hear in chat, and I'll say no.
I do.
What I did was I wormed my way into Jimmy's heart, like a heartworm.
I do. in their control. No concern for the soul. Don't give them a hand if they say, I handed the sword to my foes. Another the soul do I see. I don't think you feel it no more. Don't give them a hand if they say, I handed the sword to my foes. Another the soul do I see. I don't think you feel it no more. No more.
I can't do the Make It Bid. That's Jimmy's bit.
No clothes, no quiet place where eyes don't go. And I know what they've done, and I hope, 'cause I remember the sun. No girlfriend on your arm, no evenings in the park. Don't want no children at your feet, no food for them to eat. Don't want no love inside your heart, no Jesus in your thought. They want you eating from their
Both of you will be getting sound shortly.
No will to understand. Don't give them a hand if they say, I handed the sword to my foes. Another the soul do I see. I don't think you feel it no more. Don't give them a hand if they say, I handed the sword to my foes. Another the soul do I see. I don't think you feel it no more. No love, no peace, no truth. Don't wanna try to comfort you, but I know what they've done, and I hope, 'cause I remember the sun.
Let me give you guys sounds real quick. This one's for John Castle. And this one's for Gorilla Biscuit. Now, guys, listen, I need more money, please. Give me more. You didn't give me enough. I'm done with tact. Give me more money. I want more. So I had a really good weekend this weekend. I went to church. I went to confession. I had a good confession. I was allowed to partake of the Eucharist. I saw my friends. I did what Jimmy advised me to do. He said I'm taking on too much and I need to tell people that I can't do everything, at least for a little while. And so I told my priest, for the time being, I can't be in the choir. I know there's a lot of stuff that I've been doing. And so he was like, understood. And so I'm taking a little break from all the responsibilities. What that meant was yesterday I got to be in the church, because we're in the little choir section. And it's nice, but sometimes it's nice to experience the liturgy outside of the choir. And so I got to do that, and it was a very, very wonderful, wonderful day. And I feel recharged. Yeah, thank you, Vigo. That's what, yeah. I have two grifts now. One is, I don't know why you give me money. I don't know why you've ever given me money, but I have grown accustomed to it, and I'd like some more, please. And the other one is, you didn't give me enough money. Give me more money. Thank you. About time!
At Austin D'Italio 6682 super chatted $5. Review the channel at Apostle Lucas Sandoval. It will make you mad. Smiley face emoji.
Here's your sound, and I will.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Not be doing that. No, I'll do it. What's it called? Apostle Lucas Sandoval. Apostle Lucas Sandoval. Okay. Apostle Lucas Sandoval. Guy's named after an oval of sand. All right.
Right now, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I command your knee be healed in Jesus' name. I command a brand new knee right now in Jesus' name.
I command a brand new knee? Yo, can somebody get this guy over here? I don't know. They took my spleen when I was in 5th grade. Can he command a brand new spleen? Can Sandoval command spleens or nah? Because otherwise, I don't buy any of this.
Name, I command every demonic spirit of infirmity to leave your knee, your leg, your body now in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Be healed, be made whole in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. It's healed. Get up and walk. Get up and walk. Get up and walk. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Run. 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 It's healed. It's healed. It's healed. It's healed. There's no pain. Jump, 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 no, jump, 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 jump.
Please stop hurting my leg. I want you to be happy, but you're making me jump, and I'm crippled. All right, I'm not going to talk to these ladies because this is pornography. Sorry, guys. You have to defend your lusts. You have to defend the passions by not engaging. Actually, that reminds me of something. Look at this. Pretty cool.
Excuse me. Does anyone have pain in their bodies? Any back pain, knee pain, anything? Oh no, can you ask them? Yeah. Just wants prayers. Okay. For anything in particular?
Yeah, it's called Cross Yourself and Say a Jesus Prayer. I'm going to play that song right now instead of watch this. I'm not a make fun of her guy. This is not a make fun of channel. All right, everyone's crazy. We know. We know everyone's crazy, right? I'm playing Cross Yourself. This is what to do. Don't even allow those rapacious images into your life. One thing leads to another. Also, gentlemen, treat your penis like it's kryptonite. That thing's crazy. That's depleted uranium. It can explode. Treat it carefully. You might end up doing a bad thing.
Rooms super chatted $4.99. Love you even if you're unspleened. Bedubbing.
Honestly, thank you, dude. It means a lot to me. Here's your sound.
YouTube thumbnails full of smut. Some things you gotta just stay away from. Scroll while they try to hit the lust. Hit the lust button, make you do something dumb. How are you supposed to live chaste? Advertise execs hit you every which way. Turn you to a Kuma for the state. Better you should go blind than masturbate. Let me just speak it from the top.
Nuclear weed.
No sugarcoat, no whitewash. You're not meant to live like a dog. Looking for
disgusting
a
thing, hello?
below. Try to keep your mind on better things.
Disgusting thing.
They keep fashion images that got you panting. Don't give Lucifer another inch. Reaching for the images of his recruit's print. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. The world gets uglier every day. Uninspired buildings littering the landscape. There's no
That's true, I
beauty
did
in
bring
the
it up.
modern age.
That's on me.
Ugly is the spirit of the age.
Column wreck.
Ugly
Dang,
is
dude,
the
where you
way
been
that the
even?
people behave. Ugly the philosophies they claim. Ugly are the things that they do with their pain. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. There's puzzles effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. There's puzzles effect if you don't stare.
Thank you, Octavius. Thank you, Yosh. I love you. I'm gonna finish the album this week if I can finish the Orthothug skit. Maybe. We'll see.
Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. There's puzzles effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. There's puzzles effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair.
I wanted to talk about being a Protestant a little bit more because I think about things in a different way. I just be thinking about things differently, you know. I have the mind of a spleenless goblin, and when I think about it, I feel like all sorts of feelings because I remember. And that's why I don't love this album here that people keep requesting, but people keep requesting songs from this album, and now I'm starting to love it. In spite of the fact that there's a couple lyrics here and there that I'm like, I felt like that was a little Protestant, because I made this while I was still Protestant-ish. It's called Kingdom by Sheep Song. But actually, people keep requesting songs from this album. Every single show's over. And I'm starting to realize it has something. There's really something here. But if I could do it over again, I would change a couple lyrics. But it's hard to kind of change things once you've made them. It's hard to be like, okay, now it's something else. So I've just let it go. I did that with a couple albums here and there, but for the most part, I think the theology of this album is sound. I think. Maybe we can have somebody smarter than me listen to it. A little crazy. That's a little crazy,
Jason's
Jason.
code 2,945 super chatted
Jason.
$5. Tony sacrificed
little
his spleen
crazy.
that we may all have regulated black bile. Crosses south. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Here's your sound. And let me get all of you guys some sounds real quick. Here's Jason's sound. Here is Octavian's sound. He said, Tony, give up the... Here's your sound, Octavian. And
Yosh said, you really regulate my black bile. Thank you for the joy. That's 2 people who have said that I regulate their black bile, and that's really making me think that all of this was worth it. What? Patient. That's your sound. Patient. Patient. That's Jay Dyer saying patient. But his mouth, the P made a kick sound. So I was like, oh, I like that, and I sampled it. I can make a drum out of it right now. We'll go back over here. So this is Jay Dyer saying patient. Let's go down to 100 BPM, one of the worst speeds. And let's just hear this for a second. Patient, 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 patient. It almost sounds, I could put like a clap there. This is one of the worst speeds, probably. Put a little clap there, though. Patient, 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 patient. It actually sounds like the Nine Inch Nails kick for that song, what's that song where he says all that really degenerate crap? All of them? What's the name of that song where he's like, you let me violate you? You know what I'm talking about? Patient, patient, patient. But I don't know what the... Maybe that's the click. Patient, 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 patient. Anyway, whatever. I'm not going to make a song. Where can I find the Grandma song? You can't find it. It's unfindable. You can find it in past streams. What are my thoughts on the Genuine Orthodox Church? I mean, they are schismatic. I pray for them, but they're schismatic. I remember somebody, actually Alex, showing, Alex one day was like, I was looking for some Orthodox stuff online and I found this thing, but something just felt wrong about the whole thing and I didn't know why. And I remembered a couple years ago finding their website or finding some of their YouTube videos and watching it and just feeling something being off, and I couldn't understand it. I was just like, there's something about this that makes me uncomfortable. Everything they're saying seems right, but there's something wrong. And so then I researched it, and I found out that they broke off from the church. The funny thing is, the church that they live stream from or put their videos from is called St. John of Shanghai Church, Shanghai and San Francisco, St. John Maximovich. St. John Maximovich famously said, the calendar is not something worth schisming over. What do we care that much about the calendar? The Julian calendar versus the Gregorian calendar? What do you mean? A heretic pope versus a pagan king? Relax. Relax. Now, we do stick to the calendar. I stick to the old calendar, but it's not worth schisming over. And I agree with St. John Maximovich. These people named their church after St. John Maximovich and schismed over the calendar. Though I do believe eventually they'll be taken back into the fold. Things need to happen. Some things need to happen with the, what's it called? The main guy over in Constantinople. Not Archbishop of Constantinople, I forget the name, but things have been going in a weird direction for a long time. Recently, what's his name? Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople. Sheesh. Thank you, Alex. Here's your sound. Things have been going weird with that area.
Super chatted $2.
Hold on.
See no evil monkey emoji. Hear no evil monkey emoji. Speak no evil monkey emoji.
Yeah, ecumenical patriarch. So yeah, there's some weird stuff going on over there. It's been going on for about 100 years. Famously, ecumenical patriarch, I forget his name, in the 1920s, started the new calendar thing and also said he was cool with Freemasonry. And on his deathbed famously said, "Alas, I have split the church." So it's not that these people are without... I can sympathize with these people. I can sympathize. But a full schism hasn't happened. And we pray that one never does. But there will be a great shuffling if something like that does happen. And I imagine at that point we will see what happens with the genuine Orthodox Church, so-called. But I do find it ironic that they named their church after a saint who said, "Do not schism over these issues." Pray for him. That didn't go how I imagined. All right, now what do I do? I got 25 minutes or so. I don't know what else to do. I did all the things I thought I was going to do. Do you want to see a puppy? I don't know if I have any other notes. I want to entertain you. It means a lot to me. Let me go back to the Vibes Immaculate. And I'll play music in the meantime. Thank you for your donation. Unhit Bone. Unhit Bone. If I recall correctly, Unhit Bone.
At Unhit Bone super chatted $10.
And let me confirm, because I think this is true. But I do get my names confused, especially since everything changed to handles recently. Well, let me see. Unhit Bone is a weird thing. We have 2 weird things now. Is that true? Holy crap. Thank you. Tigglebitty and Unhit Bone are weird things. That means they're allowed to troll me legally. And yet neither of them do. God bless you both. They also get free requests on Fridays. And that's the highest level of membership. Thank you. I just want to remind you that I thank you. I want to remind you thank you. Here's your sound. Let's make some bad music. Can we just make some bad music? All right, that should work. I'm kind of playing off of that song we were talking about. It's called Closer, I just remembered. Patient, 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 patient. Why can't I do what I'm trying to do? I've changed my mind. Maria! I don't know what to do.
Did you go through all your notes?
I did go through all my notes.
You want me to hang out with you?
Yeah, will you hang out with me? Okay.
Will you turn off the camera?
It's off. Oh, Jimmy's my spleen? Who said that to me? I think Seebeck recently said that Jimmy's my spleen. The act of demoralization. Okay, I'll read some notes. I got a couple notes here. The act of demoralization is showing you the darkness of the world and making it clear there's nothing you can do about it. What's more soul-crushing than that? What is your response to that? When you stop praying, you stop believing in prayer. It is the only option besides self-destruction. Okay, that's true. Maria, help me. There's people watching, and I don't have anything to say to them.
Did you tell them about how what's his name from Nick from Murder the Media?
Well, I was gonna, but I figured that was Nick's story to tell, no?
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Anyway, a close friend of mine and a friend of the show, which is a cool thing that I can say because I have a show, hit me up yesterday, went to their first liturgy and immediately converted. They're like, I'm Orthodox now. This is my church. They were Catholic. They went to one Orthodox liturgy and said, I am never leaving here. He immediately adopted the language of my priest says this, my church, this is my church, this is my priest. It was instantaneous. I thought that was a beautiful thing. And we're hoping that happens to EBT. I love EBT a lot. He thinks that because he went to a Eastern Rite Catholic church, that he's been to an Orthodox church. And I will say that the Catholic that just had this experience told me, yeah, I've been to an Eastern Rite Catholic church as well. It's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. There is nothing like what I've experienced this Sunday. It's a beautiful thing. Made my day, made my weekend. I have the strength to keep going. I'm sorry for my bad weeks. Sorry for the puppy arc. Sorry for Spleen-tober. But we're going to get through this together.
Austin wants to hear me rap. It's not going to happen.
Okay, Maria's not going to rap, Austin. We don't just do what you say.
Alex said, talk about the gulags.
Talk about the
Is
gulags.
my mic on?
Yeah, your mic's on.
Rip said, can you read some of Spiritual Warfare? I think we do have that, but I feel like...
I'm not really that type of channel.
Yeah.
What's this?
Also...
I'm listening.
Did you talk about kind of like what happened at church?
I did talk about what happened on church, but then I got raided later, so yeah, but I don't want to say the same thing twice. No. Is there something you wanted to say about it?
Well, I guess I'm just like mad.
Maria's mad. Maria's
and
mad.
Like your thing is like, oh, who cares? Like it doesn't, like, just don't get mad about it. But I'm just like, no, I want to argue.
A leftist attacked us at a church in front of parishioners and the priest, called us white supremacist racists, and said that she wanted us kicked out of our church.
And she's like in the minority. Like I would say most people at church are pretty...
But we found out today that a lot of people, I mean, I guessed when people were like in the choir booth one day, somebody came up to me and they're like, hey, Tony. I was like, what? They're like, ortho-thugs. I was like, oh gosh. And he's like, everyone knows, dude. I was like, and then we had a talk afterwards. I was like, okay, you guys know I'm a racist, sexist, homophobic bigot. You gonna do something to me now? You gonna beat me up?
They want
because I'm not mean. All right, what happened? This is what happened. This will be fun. We'll do it a second time. I gotta play music though, because I'm gonna be bored trying to say the same story twice.
Well, I'll be here to interject.
Yeah, you'll help me. You'll help me. After liturgy and after fellowship. After fellowship, we got confronted by a lady from church who got mad at a Facebook post that Maria posted. She posted something about Charlie Kirk. It was actually posted by a priest.
Yeah, I shared a priest post.
Who was a native.
How the left is violent. It wasn't anything super controversial, but she was just angry that I had the audacity to share a post with Charlie Kirk in it because she thinks he's an evil white supremacist.
Yeah, so she said, we're white supremacists, we're bad people, and we don't belong in the church, we're not true Christians, because she retweeted a native priest who tweeted Charlie Kirk talking about how violent the left is.
And she said she wants me off the church council. She doesn't want people.
Yeah, but
like
don't
me.
tell them we're on the church council so much. They want us out of she wants us out of the church. That's all you really need to know. Fine, I'll turn the music off. Fine. You know what? Matter of fact, Maria, you got the show.
No. What? I don't have
Tell
to
them.
shout. No. What am I gonna tell them? You gotta tell them.
You tell them.
They can't hear me apparently. It says, "Can you increase?"
Close to the mic. It's right there.
So yeah, I mean that's pretty much what happened. They, she started arguing, and didn't really let us get any word in edgewise, and was shaking, and you got a super chat.
Fine.
At Super Chatted
Only because you gave me
$5.
money.
I would love to go to church and see Tony and Maria there. BTW, hit the goal or Tony will shock the puppies.
I will Pavlov every dog if you don't give me your money. Free Hassan. Hashtag free Hassan Piker. Yeah, so she's yelling, and I was like, I wasn't upset. Maria started to argue back. She was like, what, is it wrong for us? Because she also posted a White Lives Matter thing. She just posted the picture White Lives Matter, and everyone lost their minds. Oh, gosh. What an innocuous phrase to be so upset about. Who taught you to be mad about that? The ADL? Well, let me give you guys some sounds. Unhit Bone, here you go, broski. And then Metal Stalfos, here you go, broski. So she started to argue back, but I just stopped her. I was like, don't do that. Don't argue with leftists. It's silly. It's a silly thing. And I said, it's okay. And I said, we just let her rant. And she was shaking. I said, Sarah, because this is a show about 3 different Sarahs. The Rotten Tomato, the lady who harangued a priest a couple days ago, and the Sarah who yelled at us in church, or outside of church. I said, Sarah, you're shaking. Relax. We love you. You're our sister in Christ. And but she's on a moral mission. She thinks that this is the most important battle of her life, is fighting off the illusion of white supremacy, which plagues her existence, apparently. I don't know where she got this opinion. I don't know where any of you do. But it's out there. And I guess I started laughing. I laughed a little bit, because it was crazy. You're being crazy. But they fight a war in their mind. They don't fight the wars that are actually occurring, leftists. Anything you want to say, Maria?
And yeah, then you told her that you love her, that we love her.
You go closer to the mic.
Then you told her that we love her, and then she told you to shut up.
Yeah, her response was, shut up. Shut up!
She said, shut up, I'm speaking to your wife.
And then Maria said, he's my husband, he can speak for me.
Yeah.
Which is very based. I have a based wife.
And then the priest kind of like was trying to like at that point pretty much calm the situation down, and was like, Sarah, come and talk to me. And she was essentially, I don't remember exactly what she said, but it was something to the effect of,
she started lashing out at the priest a little bit because apparently she's been sending him documentation of how evil we are.
Yeah, information about white supremacy from, I think, the ADL or something.
And he was like, I saw the stuff you sent me and it wasn't really anything. Now, this is a Native woman, and you guys know how much I love Native people, and I don't hold anything against them when they hate us. And the post that Maria eventually actually reposted was posted by a priest of ours who used to be our priest, who was Native. He posted the Charlie Kirk thing. Maria, I don't know what Facebook does. What is it? A retweet? Repost? What is it?
A share.
A share. She shared his post. So, I don't know. It's all sorts of gobbledygook. But then Maria ran away. Not ran away.
I walked away.
Walked away calmly. And went inside the fellowship hall and started kind of talking about what just happened. And I didn't know about all this because I was just hanging out, This didn't affect me. So I'm telling you guys about this, but this wasn't something that really affected me. But it did affect Maria.
Yeah, because it's like my place of like peace, you know? It's like the church.
It's the greatest place in the world. In fact, I don't know if I said this, but last week I was like, why am I in Alaska? I hate it here. And then I went to church and I said, I'm in Alaska because I never want to leave this church. This is where I want to be till I die. Because I am in the most beautiful church in the world. And my church life it's the point of my existence. So anyway, I'm hanging out outside. She goes in and is talking to people. And all of a sudden people start coming out and they're like, you got a good woman there, brother. And they're like patting me on the back. And I was like, what the heck? So it turns out we're surrounded by horrible people who believe that white people shouldn't be, systematically disenfranchised, demoralized, and destroyed. I know. Truly evil.
I'm just wondering what the fallout's going to be. Like today, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, what? Like, I feel bad for a priest having to even deal with this. Like, what's he going to do? I would imagine he would talk to
I'm worried about our priest. I'm worried that I don't want this. I don't want my priest to have to go through this. He's a young priest and he's a great priest. And I'm sorry that I bring so much chaos wherever I go. Well,
it's me. It's my fault.
Yeah, but it was my fault because you didn't post that stuff on Facebook until I did a huge stream talking about say your opinions out loud to people.
That's true.
And then you're like, I don't know what the rest of y'all did, but my wife took it to heart. And she's like, I got to get on this. And so she started posting. And so there's a direct fallout from my own audacity. But I stand by everything I said. I don't really want to live in a world where we sit around and hide our beliefs while leftists get to just ramble incoherently, unchecked, unchallenged.
Yeah, because they'll come up and say all sorts of things to you and just assume you have the same exact beliefs that they do.
Yeah. That's the thing. They assume that there's a consensus with the things that, NBC tells them. And I don't know, Threads. They assume there's a consensus on what Threads says. Isn't that the name of the Twitter thing? So we're not even, it's like Nick Fuentes says, we're not contending with people, we're contending with the TV. Our job is to change the channel and they will change with it. It's very simple. Most people aren't really thinking this stuff through. You can't hate them for it. And that's why I don't argue with leftists, because it's like the amount of information I have to give you to get you to understand what's going on here is beyond. I don't have the time.
Is that my pride that just wants me to argue with leftists? Like, I don't want them
I'm not judging you
feel
about
like
it.
They are winning or something. Like, by remaining silent, it feels like you're giving them a bit of a victory. But it would be like, I mean, the saints wouldn't argue with them. They would apologize, right? And just say, you're right.
Yeah, some saints would just say, say they're right even if they're wrong. You know what I mean?
But other saints wouldn't.
Other saints wouldn't.
St. Paisios, I don't think.
But I think that's more about personal things. When it comes to personal things, take the blame even when it's not your fault. When it comes to personal disagreements with your brothers and sisters in Christ. And I could see that. And all I said to this, I said, listen, anything Maria believes, I believe further. And she goes, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Maria. Like, no, you're talking to me, actually. Actually, you're talking to me. You didn't know that, but you're talking to me because that's my wife. And I told her, we love you. You're our sister in Christ. Calm down, Sarah. You're shaking. And then she left in a huff. And then we found out that a bunch of people in our church are based. I don't know. Apparently someone said to them that the native people are constantly being told that we're the cause of all their problems. Somebody said this to Maria.
That's how they're raised.
And I'm like, yeah, well, everyone gets told that we're the cause of all their problems. That's the nature of the beast that we're dealing with. What can you do? Argue? It's not me. It's just not my thing. To me, that's all. That is being taken off your square. When all of a sudden you feel the need to defend yourself, get all worked up and hope you say the right thing. That's not my thing. Like you're gonna win. Nobody wins in an argument. Nobody's like, oh, you're right. If somebody's bringing an argument to your doorstep, they're not coming looking to be convinced. That's just not how it works. If it's a discussion, if she's like, I want to understand where you're coming from and I want to sit down and it's non-confrontational, that's one thing. But if it's with that energy, what are you going to match that energy? No, you got to stay on your square. You got to keep yourself.
Yeah, she wasn't curious as to why I shared that.
Yeah, then I said wrecked. I said another faux slang. She got in her car and left, and I went, another faux slang! I don't know. I think she got mad because I laughed. I just thought it was funny. It was silly. You're being silly. This is nothing.
Nobody likes to be laughed at when they're
Nobody
furious,
likes to be laughed at when they're furious. That was on me. That's on me. But I wasn't laughing at her. I just was laughing. I'm like, this is so funny. This is a funny situation. Now, if she were a gigantic black guy, would I laugh? I'm sure we'll find out eventually. I'd like to think I would. I hope that I would. Instead of a small old native lady. But I've met a lot of people like that, and I'm friends with people like that. I'm friends with people who just kind of recite TV talking points to me. And I say, that's very nice, man.
Natalio 6,682 super chatted $5.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Austin from Boston. Here's your stinky sound, my brother.
Average Redhead sent a gift membership.
Very nice. W's Average Redhead. Everybody gets it. Everybody gets it. This is the place to be. If you're somewhere else, I'm upset with you. I need background music. Even if it's super quiet, I need something in the background or I'm going to get upset. But I've dealt with people like this before. We have a friend. We'll call her Kelly. We have a friend. We'll call her Kelly. She's an old lady. She sits at home and watches TV. She takes the bus everywhere. Sometimes we go to see her and we take her out to eat and we take her to the thrift store. Because we like her. You know what I mean? And eventually she gets on her high horse and she starts yelling about Trump or whatever in this way that's very misinformed. It's like, yeah, we hate Trump too, but you don't get it. And the idea of sitting there and being like, now listen here, Kelly, is crazy. That's crazy. Let me correct you, Kelly. Like a British evangelist attacking a priest. Let me harangue you with what's actually going on. Let me yell you into submission, old lady. It's crazy. That's crazy. That's not something I'm going to do. So I just go, that's very nice, Kelly. And then we move on. We move on with our day. It's not that deep.
I see what you're saying, but how does somebody who's orthodox align with leftist principles?
It's called cognitive dissonance. It's the great drug of our age. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, we do the same thing. We sit here and we identify with our whiteness and we say that white lives matter and that we need to protect we say 1488. We say we need a future for Austrian painters or whatever. And we try and make that fit into orthodoxy as well. Everybody's guilty of it to a degree.
But you're not saying, but is that really the same?
See? You're even pushing back against it now. Look, orthodoxy is nationalistic. It can be nationalistic.
It's also there's.
But to say that there's no room, I mean, our church has people from all different races.
Yeah, and I love them, but it's just like it's only like white people who really can't say that.
Yeah, and everyone else is allowed to honor themselves and talk about and they can put National Indigenous Peoples Day on the same day of Christopher Columbus and just celebrate the fact that they exist. Indigenous people from all over the world, which is technically like probably everyone. What a lot of people don't understand is that we were pagans too. We were pagans. We were running around doing weird stuff too. And then we were shown the truth and we abandoned all that crap. The problem with the Westernism that came to America is it was a heavily diluted Christianity, if you can even call it that. And it started allowing for people to continue in ways that aren't acceptable. The Hmong people are allowed to rape their own kids because of cultural differences. You understand? That's not righteousness. That is evil. But we become so pluralistic in our thinking that we don't call a spade a spade. And that's why I want orthodoxy, because I don't really care about anything except for abandon everything besides the truth. Abandon all your pagan nonsense. Abandon all your self-love. Abandon worshiping your skin color. When I talk about white people, it's because white people are being directly targeted. White people are the thing that the Amish want to destroy. We are what's standing in the way. They consider us Esau, and they want to eliminate us so that they can control the whole world and make everybody their slaves. This is in their own writing. They brag about this openly. This isn't a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy theory. And that's why we're the only people who are not allowed to advocate for ourselves. By saying something simply as, it's okay to be white. Or white lives matter.
I guess I just don't think, kind of caring about white identity and people is necessarily against orthodoxy.
No, it's not against it. Well, you can make an idol out of it.
You could definitely make an idol out of it.
And a lot of people do. A lot of people get caught up, and it's very easy to get caught up. If I'm on Twitter for a couple days or a couple hours or an hour, then I could get very caught up in white identity and say, I don't, and let other things fall by the wayside and start thinking in terms of conquest and start thinking in those terms. And I have to kind of rein that in with the knowledge that we are all fallen. But that does not excuse what people are doing to us. That doesn't excuse what people are doing to us. And it doesn't mean we can't talk about it. John Mouse is Orthodox now? That's sick.
That's pretty
I remember when he made a song called Rights for Gays.
Oh, wait. He said Orthodox themes. Is he Orthodox, though?
Maybe. All right, you guys got to hit this goal right now because I gotta
like
leave.
when the chat says something bad and then they're like, actually, time me out.
Are we not men? Just said
time
that.
out. John has for a timeout too.
Yo, can you guys hit the goal right now so I can pick up young Neff? I'll even put this on pause and come back.
Yes.
I'll even leave Maria here and she can talk to you guys. But you gotta hit the goal. Oh, actually, I'll just leave. All right, bye. Maria's talking to you if you want.
Super chat. No, not ortho. I don't have Twitter, but if I did, I'd spam deport gay retards all day. I don't know what I would say.
Just read the chat and talk
Okay.
into the microphone.
All right. I don't have Twitter, but if I did, I'd spam deport gay retards all day. I was about to, but I'm not because you said to. Lots of whites
At
aren't
average
orthodox
rate had
and kind of invented
8,742 super
secular
chatted
liberal
$1.
modernity. Rights for gays was satirical. Send in those shekels. Susan, super chat for Maria. Colin Rack. Yo. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, Colin Rack.
Suzanne Griffith super chatted $1.99.
You want me to do the sounds while you're gone?
Just do a Q&A. Just do a Q&A and yeah, just do a Q&A while I'm done.
Okay. So you guys have to ask me questions.
Where are my keys?
Are they on the kitchen counter? Or, oh wait, didn't you take off your, is the
Kalamra
wallet
Talk
and your
super
keys on top
chatted
of
$5
that right over there?
here.
The water, thingy? No?
Close. Got the wallet.
Maria, okay, wait. Maria, can we get a sound? No, Tony will do sounds when he gets back. Maria,
Alexander
analog
Axworth,
sounds if you're willing to make a fool of yourself.
3,755 super chatted $2.
Okay.
Stop being a loser and give Tony money.
so average redhead 8742, here's your sound. Suzanne Griffith, here's your sound.
3,498 super chatted $5. Just saw your Twitter DMs from 3 days ago, my bad.
Colin Rack, here's your sound. Alex, stop being a loser and give Tony money. Here's your sound. These are bad. Seabeck, just saw your Twitter DMs from a few days ago. My bad. Thank you for the super chat. This is horrible.
Rev's super chatted $1.99.
Rev
Maria's
Massage,
gonna freestyle
thank
now.
you for the super chat. Maria's gonna freestyle now. No, Maria's not gonna freestyle now. Here is another sound. And now let me look at the chat. Have you even left yet?
I can't find the keys.
Oh my gosh.
All right, you find the keys. Hold on.
I'll find the keys, and I'll come back to the questions. But you turn the camera off.
Hey guys, sorry, I'm still here. I do apologize.
At average redhead 8,742 super chatted.
These are all going on your stream deck. It's set to teal? Why does this keep happening to me? Oh, I'm so mad. Oh! No, not teal! Please! No, guys, no, not teal! Oh! How did this happen? Oh, this makes me so mad. That means you have to give me $5 super chats instead of $2. Ah! This is infuriating! No. Hey, thank you, Susan Griffith. Here's your sound.
Ew, he did an ollie. Chat for Maria.
Oh, I'm so mad. No, not teal. Ah! I don't know where my keys are, yo. Poor young Neff just sitting there getting bullied. No, he's good. He's good.
Are they in your pants from
I looked at those pants. They're not in those pants.
Is it a camera?
Oh, not teal. Oh, guys. Oh, gosh. What did I do? Is he grifting? No. No, I honestly didn't mean to hit teal, but I'm tired of, like, whenever that accidentally happens, being like, oh, no.
Your camera's off?
Yeah, the camera's off. Are we not meant to quit being so dramatic, Tony? Mad at you now.
What did you do, babe?
Go! Okay, time for puppies.
Okay.
Where's my keys?
looking
This is
for your keys.
this
This
is
is
hectic.
bad.
At Austin Italio.
Yo, my life is crazy. I ripped the doors off its hinges last night because the puppies were too loud. Last night I ripped the doors off the hinges in a rage.
In a sleepy rage.
Because I was asleep, and then all of a sudden, there was poop everywhere and screaming. Poop and screaming is probably hell. That's probably what hell's like. Poop
pretty
and
much
screaming.
hell.
And so then I woke up, and I angrily ripped the door off its hinges.
Where did you put
Where them keys at, young Earth? Oh, you remember my name?
Riv's super chatted $1.99.
All right, let me go to the next part of whatever this song is.
Look at little baby. Which puppy do you want?
Just give me a puppy, Maria.
This is my favorite one.
All right, she's gonna give me her favorite. Okay, go find stuff.
I'm looking.
Let's get a close up. Say hi. You found them?
Yeah.
Wait, the camera's on. This is a baby. He's a little baby.
Here's another baby.
You guys earned this.
Get out of here.
You guys earned the fortune of my pain. Give me another one?
Well, they're all right here.
Well, how about I'll do more when I get back.
Okay.
Let me turn off the camera.
I'll just...
All right, you guys got Maria for now. I'll be back in a few.
They were in your winter jacket. Hope they don't scream the entire time you're gone. Okay.
At Gorilla Biscuits 9,000 super chatted $5. Here, have some more money, smile.
Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits. Let's see if I could come up with a sound for you. Let's see. Do you think you'll keep one of the puppies? We thought about keeping one of the puppies, but I'm not sure now, just because of how much, I guess just because of how horrible this has been, it's kind of changed our mind. But we do really love them at the same time. It's just, I don't know. I want to keep like 4 of them, but not really. Let's see. Did you guys ask me any questions? I know there was some. Do you know any martial arts? You seem like a fighter. No, I don't know any martial arts. When I was in high school, I ran like cross country and track. And then I got a punching bag and I tried to teach myself how to box when I was like 15, but you know, no. How tall is Tony? Tony is 6 foot. Maria, do you think if you lived in a country that was 90% or higher of Orthodox Christians, would you support universal health care? Yes, I would.
At average redhead 8,742
if it was an Orthodox Christian
super
country,
chatted
though.
$2. Keep messaging. She'll run out of noises soon.
Let's see. Now's your chance to spill all the super secrets that Tony wouldn't let you say. I don't have any. What? Maria, where are the keys to your moped? Answer faster. What's something you love to cook or bake? I love to make lasagna. Stealing these sounds. Don't go back. Why is there so much saliva in your sounds? LOL, gross. Alex, you're mean. Tony, do you guys share a scooter like I'm Dumb and Dumber? I don't even know how to drive, actually. I've never had my license. Tony chauffeurs me around everywhere. I've never had a license. So I kind of want one just because lately, especially with all the streaming and stuff, some like our schedules don't always line up, and you know, getting groceries or just like trying to do anything has been hard. So maybe I'll get a license eventually. Let's see. This is hard. I don't know how he does this. Maria's way better at sounds than Tony. Can you start a new goal? I don't know how to start a goal. Wait, can I? Well, I'd have to log into his account. What's your favorite recipe to cook or bake? I thought I already answered that. Lasagna. Do you beat on Tony? No. Are you native? Is that why Tony loves the native? Is it a wife whistle? No, I'm actually like 60% Irish, Scottish, Welsh, a little bit Hungarian, and like I have like this weird 1% of like North African, like Moroccan. So my ancestors were probably like enslaved by Arabs or something a long time ago. What do you think of Mondays? I hate Mondays. Oh, he's 6 foot, not 6'3". Jess doesn't have a license either? That's awesome. Austin, so you could drive as good as the average Asian then? North African. She's got the pass. Are you going to start beating on Tony? Nah. I think he could take me in a fight. I'm only like 5 foot, so. Black-haired, blue-eyed Irish. It's my island. Chocolate-based candies or fruit-based candies? Chocolate-based candies. Although I do like Sour Patch Kids on occasion. He's back. See? That wasn't so terrible. And you guys asked me lots of questions.
Huh?
I answered questions.
What'd they ask?
They kept asking if I would beat you.
Beat me?
No. They asked what my favorite food to make was.
What did you say?
Lasagna.
Go ahead.
You want me to go make one?
Go make a lasagna.
We don't have the ingredients. Yeah, I'm 5 foot.
You're taller than 5 foot.
No, I'm 5 foot.
You're literally 5 foot.
Yeah.
You're so little. I didn't know. I know your birthday.
Yeah?
Yep. I'm not gonna say it, but I do know it. Guys, none of your wives' birthdays.
What was Austin's? What race did you run in track? I ran the 800 meter.
She's a runner.
I ran track. I don't remember what I ran, but I was really a cross country runner. So that was the thing that I was actually good at, long distance running.
You're trying to holler at my girl? What the heck? Don't holler at my girl.
Tony's in love.
Yeah, I am in love. I love my wife. And actually, once I got married in the Orthodox Church, my love for her grew. And I'm not lying.
What are they doing?
Get out there. You're done. Go cook. Go
done.
make me food. Go make me food. Shodies.
She's so cute. Sounds like they're just knocking the food.
Yeah, it's a freaking nightmare out there. But I got young Neff doing chores. So.
Mommy, what are you doing? No.
No, right now it's actually like 45 degrees and there's no snow. I wonder what she's gonna make me. I hope it has cheese on it. I love cheese. Really, Justin Merrick? That's cool. Yeah.
Me, I'm you know me, I'm a pretty all over the place kind of guy emotionally. And that goes for like how I feel about people too. And it's a problem. I'm working on it. But orthodoxy has given me this sort of bedrock where it's like, no matter how I feel about people, I want to try and love them ultimately. And I think in the sacrament of marriage in the Orthodox Church, it's been like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It just changed. It just changed. I literally need to eat lasagna now. Yeah, what I need to eat is a burger that you dip in cheese. But Maria made me not buy cheese. I wanted to buy Tostitos salsa con queso, and she's like, "No." And I was like, "What are you doing? You can't do that." But then she kind of was like, "Look, everybody's always talking about your health. Slowboy's like, I see what he eats. I know why he's dying." And she kind of like guilted me in the supermarket. I kind of stood there and I was like, "Okay, I won't buy this stuff." And now I want it, but I don't have it. So. This is good. This is a vibe. So what else is going on? Yeah, I was going to buy pretzels and dip them in cheese. I was really hyped for it. She said, no, don't eat so unhealthy. And then she gave me 5 hamburgers. But she told me to tell you that they were sliders, so it doesn't count. She wanted me to clarify. She told me that night, she said, when you tell everyone on stream that you ate 5 hamburgers on Saturday, make sure you tell them that they were sliders, please. So, they were sliders. Is that good? Is that a good amount of sliders? Is that too many sliders? Little cheeseburgers? Is that better than salsa con queso? I don't know. I think Slowboy Whiteboard would say so. Say so rhymes with queso. I think I found my place, yeah. Sorry. Easier to be strong at the store than at home. Yo, Alex got some wisdom. What I said here, I said, Alex kind of said just off his own heart. He said that anger, what did you say? Alex, how did you say it? It was something like anger acted upon becomes depression or something like that. He basically just arrived at the concept of demoralization on his own. It's very interesting. What did you say exactly? Oh, this is weirdly apropos. Once you realize the people you're talking to aren't capable of thinking that deeply, that their main skill is simply outrage and self-pity, then you stop trying to pry open their minds and connect with them. What little energy you have left should be invested in the people like you who have chosen not to harden their hearts in the face of this modern hell. It's easier. Oh, no. All right, so anything you guys want me to do? Sorry, I live in squalor. Whenever I say that, Maria gets mad because it's like, what do you want? What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Unexercised rage turns into depression. Yeah. That's literally the idea of demoralization. I think, actually, let's watch some Yuri Bezmenov. There's literally a gnat in my room.
Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Snake
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage intelligence gathering looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants. through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers. But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all.
Well, I mean, Maria and I have talked about me doing a cooking show, but me cooking is like the equivalent of vibe coding. I just kind of get in there and sometimes it works out. Sometimes it works out. A lot of times it's lamb meatballs and we throw up.
Oh. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black. You still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid society of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
And yet these people who've been programmed and, as you say, in place, and who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept, these are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people. And the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. Obviously they will join the links of dissenters, dissidents. Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality.
I don't know if he got to the point that I was trying to make about demoralization. But that's essentially the idea, is doing these things in front of you. and making it known that there's nothing you could do about it. It destroys a man. Women probably have had this experience where they tell their husband something's wrong, and they're like looking for like empathy or something. And we don't really have that. What we want to do is fix it. There's something wrong, I want to fix it. And if I can't fix it, they might become angry. But really that anger is kind of overshadowing the feeling of helplessness that enters a man when he can't fix something. A sort of impotent rage. And it's very self-destructive, that feeling. Men need to be able to solve problems. And what we live in is this sort of intractable problem that we've been plunged into that was the work of people who we didn't even know were our enemies. And in fact, we were told were our greatest allies. And we're trying to find our way out of this. But it's plunged its fangs so deeply into everything that when it comes to us, kind of individualistic satellite people who in real life are essentially left alone with their thoughts, cast out of society and literally judged just for who they are. Which is people with morals, people with integrity, people with an idea of how things should be. I remember when I was young getting judged for wanting to marry a virgin. People would be like, ew, you want to marry a virgin? Ew. Like, that's weird. That's really weird. But that's where society has come. And even 10 years ago, you had these women online judging men for asking them their body count and stuff like that. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, I just want life to be nice, you know. I believe in love. I believe in charity. I believe in honor. You know, I believe in what's it called? Chivalry. The things that make life worth living are, you know, sacrificing temporary benefits for the greater good. And that means you're hymen, ladies. That means holding on to it. You know. But instead we get this society where everything is inverted and all this stuff is full of darkness, and then we get shown things like Epstein and shown things like Pizzagate and shown things like wars that are endless, and the casualties just pile up, and the things that we believe in just destroyed in front of us, and it's kind of held in front of you, you know? It's just kind of held in front of you. And you have to sit there and what can you do besides start to turn in on yourself? Kind of fall apart. And so that and that destroys a man. That destroys a man. It's almost like, I bet, like, biologically there is a sort of poison that enters a man's system when he's helpless, when there's nothing he can do. And the only cure to that is recognizing that you always were helpless and that everything is in God's hands. And that's the only way out. And when you understand that, then you understand your need to fall before the throne of God and beg for him to help you. Not just with the world around you, but with the fact that so many of the sins are reflected in your own heart. All that offends you, everything you hate is 'cause of lack of love. And you can kind of follow the mathematical progression. From eating the fruit to Cain and Abel to Sodom and Gomorrah to Pizzagate. It's almost like just math. I see it almost mathematically. Why the prideful are destined for hell. Because if you're prideful, then that means you refuse correction, that you hate correction. You despise correction. If you despise correction, then that means God is reaching out his hand to you and you're slapping it out, you're slapping it down. That's what you're doing. How can he save you from hell?
Tony, in the grand tradition of many others, I will relay my dinner plate in great detail. I have 2 1/3 pound sirloin patties fried in bacon fat on 2 pan-toasted sourdough slices. Pickles, mayo, ketchup and mustard toppings.
Speaking of mustard, a lot of you guys are here now because and weren't here before, but I said a funny thing, and that funny thing was Twilight is like a dream you would have if you ate an entire jar of mustard and then went to sleep. Thank you, Snagglebeast, for telling me all of your food. Here's your sound. Beef lips. I'm almost never not ashamed of what I do when I do an analog sound. It's almost always filled with shame. What was I talking about anyway? Yeah, it's mathematical. I don't know. It seems mathematical to me. It's like logical. We went from eating the apple and hiding from God and blaming each other to killing each other over God's approval, to creating entire societies of people that we brutalize because we think that we're God's chosen. There's like some sort of Fibonacci sequence unfolding here. Kind of a Pandora's box thing that happened when we ate the forbidden fruit. We kind of veered off into not God, but God is all there is. So we're veering off into an eternal delusion and filling it with our own machinations, filling it with our own delusions. And it's inextricable. And that's why we need mercy. That's why we say, Lord, have mercy. We need God's grace. Reach out into the void and save us from ourselves. All right, Sarah? The pedo Nazi sequence.
You're on fire, baby.
I'm on fire?
Yeah, you're on fire.
Maybe it's the music. I'm just vibe coding right now. Advice on not smelling bad, dude. What's going on with you, brother? Deodorant and showers. Oh, and brush teeth. Oh, also don't have 7 puppies.
Never.
I imagine maybe I smell like poop now. Oh my gosh, you know. If you could smell yourself, good hint. If you could smell yourself a little bit, everyone can smell you. Always know that. Get out of there. I used to go to school and I would forget to put on deodorant, and all of a sudden I'd smell myself in the middle of the day because I'd be hopped up on Adderall and sweating. and I would go, oh my gosh, I'm smelly. I forgot deodorant. And I would run into the bathroom and I would put soap on my armpits. Like clean my armpits. Also, if I had to poop at school, I would put toilet paper in my butt cheeks so that it wouldn't make a sound. You laugh, but that's a pro tip. If you're somewhere where you don't want people to hear the sound of your poop, you can muffle it. You can basically use tissue as a silencer for your rectum. That's free. You don't even have to super chat me for that advice. That's just free. I smell, nigga. Don't smell. What are you doing? No one should smell. It's easy to not smell. And this is coming from someone who refuses to shower. This is coming from someone who you have to fight to get into the shower more than twice a week. You want the loud in her? No, that's a different. That I don't have that masculinity. Some people, you know, there's a type of man that you go into the men's room and somebody stands next to you, so they start peeing and they fart as loud as they can, and it's an act of aggression. It's an act of like masculinity. They're letting you know, I'm the alpha in this bathroom. If it goes down, I'm John Wick. If it goes down, I'm John Wick because I just busted bottom in front of you. I don't care what you think. Loud fart. Deal with it. I don't have that. I'm sheepish. I have a hard time peeing if somebody stands near me. Or I used to. I think I've gotten better at it. But I still avoid the situation. I don't want anybody standing near me. Talking to me. I wish I were that cool. I wish I was so cool. I'd be like, yeah, peeing. Dude, stock market, gay eggs, AIDS from a bear. You know? I don't have that. Locker room, just be naked in front of a bunch of other men. I wait till everyone leaves. Matter of fact, I don't go to the swimming pool. I don't want you to, I don't want this. I don't want this situation. Go to like a sweat house or a what are they called, you know, sweat lodge. Bunch of guys just standing there naked. I'm uncomfortable. I don't want anything to do with this world. I want nothing to do with it. It takes something. It takes something I don't have to be like that. I'm into puzzles. I'm into puzzles. Don't get naked in front of me. I like puzzles. That's what I do. If somebody tries to stand next to me in a get the urinal next to me, I put my business away and I say, I like puzzles. And they know. Move over a couple urinals. This man needs privacy. I don't know. People have been trying to figure out if I have autism my whole life. I got diagnosed with bipolar disorder 3 times. Not buying it. I mean, if you listen to the ADL, they call anti-Semitism a mental disorder. They sit around and diagnose us for our reaction to what they do to us. So when people start coming all around with diagnoses about people being unique, I get a little queasy. I'm like, I feel like, you're a trickster. I like puzzles and you're a trickster. You're being a trick.
I like this song. Yeah, psychology is a dirty little trick. Guys, read The Culture of Critique. Or do what I did and watch a synopsis. Watch a chill little synopsis about the culture of critique. Watch Yuri Bezmenov. Guys, the information is available to you all. Don't look at my watch history. Maria likes Grimes. What am I thinking? Culture of critique. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to search my watch history. Culture of critique.
Today we're talking about The Culture of Critique, a highly controversial book by Dr. Kevin McDonald, a retired professor of psychology. It's controversial because he focuses on the negative influence of some Jews in the changing of Western culture, and he argues that they did these things because they knew it would benefit Jews, and it was often at the expense of whites.
Tonight I'm going to talk about Jews.
McDonald has been called an anti-Semite many times because of his work, and the Anti-Defamation League has added him to a list of extremists. But a book should be judged on its merits, and that's what we're here to do today. More specifically, in this video we're talking about Franz Boas, the man now known as the father of American anthropology. Before he changed the landscape of American anthropology, anthropology was largely race-focused. It saw different groups and cultures as largely a product of their race. Once Franz Boas was done, that was all replaced entirely by a culture-focused perspective. And that's what you've seen today, where it's generally understood that anyone can be part of pretty much any culture. There's no biological component to culture or civilization left. So let's learn a little bit more about Franz Boas, the father of American anthropology. First, he was deeply alienated from and hostile to Gentile culture, particularly the cultural ideal of Prussian aristocracy. He engaged in a, quote, lifelong assault on the idea that race was a primary source of the differences to be found in the mental or social capabilities of human groups. He focused on culture at the exclusion of race. Boas almost single-handedly developed in America the concept of culture, which, like a powerful solvent, would in time expunge race from the literature of social science. So this one man had so much influence, but it wasn't because of data at all. Quote, Boas did not arrive at the position from a disinterested scientific inquiry into a vexed, if controversial, question. There is no doubt that he had a deep interest in collecting evidence and designing arguments that would rebut or refute an ideological outlook, racism, which he considered restrictive upon individuals and undesirable for society. There is a persistent interest in pressing his social values upon the profession and the public. So in other words, it's not like Boas uncovered a bunch of information, and that information led everyone to collectively put aside their previous perspective and come around to a more accepting perspective. In reality, he was on an ideological crusade. But that still doesn't explain how he had so much influence. He's just one guy. How could he change all of American anthropology, especially when he was doing it from an ideological perspective, not from an evidence or fact-based perspective? Well, first, Boas had tenure for over 40 years at Columbia, and his long time there led to his students making up the greater part of the professional core of anthropologists, who in their turn taught other students who continued the tradition.
I hope you guys are listening to this. This is very informative.
Franz Boas taught at Columbia University for half a century. The list of his students who went on to set up and teach the subject along his lines at other universities reads like the who's who of American anthropology. By the time of his death, he was rightly regarded by scholars from all over the world as the founding father of American anthropology.
Boas's most influential students were Ruth Benedict, Alexander Goldenweiser, Melville Herkovitz, Alfred Kroeber, Robert Lowy, Margaret Mead, Paul Radin, Edward Sapir, and Leslie Spear. All but Kroeber, Benedict...
Did you guys know this? Did you guys know that the entire understanding of race and anthropology was given to us by a guy who expressly wanted to destroy white identity? European identity? Who was uncomfortable? Who European identity made him uncomfortable, and so he wanted to dismantle it
And then he created an entire school of almost exclusively Jewish people who then propagated his ideas, which are based solely on his opinions and not science.
And Mead were Jewish. But it's not like he was recruiting all Jews, right? There were 3 in that list of 9 who were Gentiles. But Boaz specifically recruited Gentiles to keep his science from appearing partisan and compromised. So when I heard that, I was a little bit skeptical. Some of the claims
skeptical. But he says as much.
Here are astonishing and some aren't. This one was more on the astonishing side. So I looked into it. As you can see, I'm putting the sources for the book and also the sources he cites in his book on the bottom of the screen. For this one, I'm going to go through it right here, right now to show you.
I'm going to go through this. I'm going to set up another goal and I'm going to go through this. I think this is worth watching. It's worth watching because I keep telling you guys that the entire mentality of our age is a product of the Amish.
I'm going to go through it.
I think this breaks it down pretty well. So I'm going to make a small goal. And we're going to watch this whole thing. Stick around if you want. It's not teal this time. How long is this? 1 hour. Do 1 hour. At the end, I'll leave. I don't know why you would hit this goal. But if you want to, you can.
The sorts of citations he makes. So first off, he's citing Ephron. And Ephron isn't some random guy. He's a professor at the University of California, Berkeley. His book was published by Yale University Press. This isn't some crackpot. But what's more, I was able to actually find the book on Google Books, so we can take a look at the page that's being cited right here. Himself a German Jew, Boaz sought to organize a research program designed to refute scientific racism. So in other words, he decided to create a research program with the ends already in mind. Great scientist right there. Obviously impartial. Given the state of race relations in general...
Thank you, Average Redhead. Here's your sound.
At Average Redhead 8,742 super chatted $1.
Thank you.
And the extent of anti-Semitism in American society in particular, Boaz was concerned that his Jewishness would make his science appear partisan and thus compromised. In 1933, to challenge scientific racism, he enlisted the assistance of non-Jewish scientists such as Robert McIver, Leslie Dunn, and A.T. Poffenberger. In addition to this project, the Boazian School of Anthropologists, which included Alfred Kroeber, Robert Lowy, Melville Herkovitz, Ruth Benedict, Margaret Mead, and the psychologist Otto Kleineberg, played a central role in challenging scientific racism. So, in other words, with a slightly different perspective, but the facts are right there. The citation is correct. This guy clearly was concerned that his Jewishness would be obvious, and so he hired people explicitly because they weren't Jewish. So one of the names there, Margaret Mead, was actually very, very influential, potentially more influential than Boaz himself. She wrote a book called Coming of Age in Samoa that he actively promoted and helped her with. Coming of Age in Samoa was basically about how these primitive tribes had it all figured out. They were free of all of the bad things that Europeans had. The book was widely popular and was key to the substitution of race for culture in Americans' minds. It came out later that Mead systematically ignored cases of rape, violence, revolution, and competition in Samoa. When Mead did see negative attributes, such as rape and concern for virginity, they were attributed to Western influence rather than anything innate in them. And you can see that sort of perspective in a lot of leftists today, where they assume that basically every bad thing in the world is the result of European influence. And a lot of it comes back to this flawed study. But none of that mattered in 1915. Because by 1915, the Boazians controlled the American Anthropological Association and held a 2/3 majority on its executive board. In 1919, Boaz could state that, quote, most of the anthropological work done at the present time in the United States was done by his students at Columbia. So Boaz had a lot of influence. He was a patriarchal father figure, strongly supporting those who agreed with him and excluding those who did not. He didn't tolerate theoretical or ideological differences with his students. Individuals who disagreed were simply excluded. This really doesn't seem like science, does it? It seems like they have an ideological perspective that they're trying to actively push through science, through social science. Boaz was instrumental in completely suppressing evolutionary theory and anthropology. After the rise of the Boasians, violence in primitive groups went unstudied and unmentioned, and when a rogue anthropologist did study it, his work was completely ignored and he was shunned by the rest of the anthropological community. As a result, society at large began to see violence as a uniquely European invention, and saw Europeans as the cause of all the violence in the primitive tribes. Research on racial differences ceased, and the profession completely excluded eugenicists and racial theorists. The takeover was complete. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. This is basically one half of one of 6 chapters in the book. I'm planning on making other videos covering...
So that's
other parts of
anthropology,
culture.
modern
If you
anthropology
like this
based
kind
on
of video,
nothing but a
please let me
guy's
know.
desire to
And of
erase
course-
our
Hey,
sense of
you
ourselves.
enjoyed the video? Maybe you should subscribe. It's a button right here.
Stephen Jay Gould was an evolutionary biologist who taught at Harvard and was most active from the late 70s until his death in 2002. He had a lot of influence on the general public because he wrote books targeting a popular audience, appeared on talk shows, and had his own special on PBS. He was also Jewish, and a figure covered at length in The Culture of Critique by Kevin MacDonald. He's actually one of the main reasons that lots of regular people today are skeptical of IQ, despite the fact that basically everyone in the scientific community believes in it and actively uses it in their studies.
I really wonder about the whole quantifying intelligence thing.
Gould actually thought that human consciousness, intelligence, and the trend toward larger brain size in humans were accidents, and didn't actually help our ancestors survive. In the 1996 edition of his book, The Mismeasure of Man, Gould continued to state that G, general intelligence, is just a statistical artifact. He didn't address any of the significant criticism that had come out since the first edition of his book was released in 1981. So in other words, he didn't believe in IQ at all, and he thought that intelligence and human consciousness weren't helpful for our ancestors in surviving, that these things just arose by accident.
Why do you think American society is so obsessed with IQ?
I don't know that we're obsessed by it, but I think it arises largely in the context of the lamentable history of our racism.
Those beliefs aren't backed up at all by the scientific community. But what's more, he wasn't just wrong, he was dishonest. Despite the scientific community's widespread recognition of Gould's dishonesty, he was highly publicized as a public spokesperson on evolution and intelligence. Quote, he has come to be seen by non-biologists as the preeminent evolutionary theorist. In contrast, the evolutionary biologists with whom I have discussed his work tend to see him as a man whose ideas are so confused as to be hardly worth bothering with. All this would not matter were it not that he is giving non-biologists a largely false picture of the state of evolutionary theory. That's from John Maynard Smith. Unfortunately, it's hard to show someone, let alone prove to someone, what the scientific community at large believes.
Well, they
It's much
invented
easier to point to
racism,
a
didn't
Harvard
they?
scientist and say, look, he doesn't
They're
believe
the
in
ones
IQ,
who decided they were
so I don't
chosen.
believe in IQ either. You know, even if that guy is like a crazy outlier with tons more influence than he deserves. MacDonald cites many different distinguished scientists in the book, just demolishing Gould.
I mean, what is racism if it's not the belief that your race is superior to all others? And what is the epitome of that, if not an entire race of people that think they are chosen by God and everyone else is cattle? I don't think one in my audience thinks like that. I don't think anybody who watches this show thinks like that. And yet that word is used against us instead of the people who propagate the definition.
Dennett says that Gould used rhetoric and had a non-scientific agenda.
Homo
Quote,
deceptus, let's
Kamen
call
and
it, that's
Gould present a highly
another word for
exaggerated and largely
transgender.
false account of the general attitudes of the testing community on the subject of ethnic group differences in intelligence. The other thing about Gould is that he would be destructively skeptical. Quote, Gould offers no alternative ideas to account for all of these well-established observations. His mission in this area appears entirely nihilistic. So he would say, oh, IQ doesn't exist, you know, none of these things matter, none of these things are actually there. But then he wouldn't actually supply any alternative to explain all of the things that IQ does actually explain. I mean, that's why it's a respected idea.
That's what's called con man. Put a couple, labels on them. MD, DR, summa cum laude, expert, and then anything he says just becomes sacrosanct. Confidence, man.
Because it has predictive power. That's how science works. To go any further, we should bring up Henry H. Goddard, a psychologist and eugenicist who preceded Gould. He was an early advocate of intelligence testing and worked on a study investigating the heritability of, quote, feeble-mindedness. Gould viciously attacked Goddard in his book, The Mismeasure of Man. But it's not like it was a fair critique. Gould engaged in a single-minded pursuit of Goddard, presenting a false picture of Goddard as a rigid hereditarian or elitist. Gould ignored Goddard's published doubts, his qualifications, and his statements about the importance of the environment. He strawmanned him, basically. Gould was engaging in scholarly fraud. He would ignore past...
They did this thing, and this is not me being racist, this is just something to think about. But, I don't know how I could... Now's not the time to say it. It'll sound racist if I say it right now, but it's not. But, I'll just say this. When you group people together that are misaligned, that don't share a certain, identity, what usually happens is it falls to the lowest common denominator. And instead of people being lifted up, people end up getting dragged down when they're around people that they don't relate to. And we see this in society all the time. You know, we see a bunch of people who could be great men instead being dragged down into the muck and pretending to be thugs and trying to compete in bad guy Olympics. There's a song I made where I said, how's it go? It goes, you can't compete with evil. When all of a sudden you kind of switch over and decide to compete in the world of darkness, compete in the world of materialism and evil, what you'll find is that you become devoured whole, because there are people who are way more practiced in evil. There are people to whom evil is their home, and you simply cannot outdo them. And they devour themselves and each other and end in death. The saints pray for you, the wicked prey on you. You can't compete in an evil world. You'll be devoured by those much worse. So when you kind of enter into that realm, which becomes almost inevitable for most people in the modern world because we're surrounded by evil. And so instead of having our good natures fostered, we learn to suppress them. And that's why, you know, often white people trying to be black and trying to compete in black culture come off as so silly, is because it's not natural to them. It's the result of a suppression of what they would like to be. Our good qualities, regardless of race, are not being fostered in modern society. And instead, it's a race to the bottom.
Passages that went against his points, and the quotes were often right next to other quotes that he would use. So Gould misled the public intentionally. Why would he go and do something like that? Well, we already said he was Jewish. His family embraced Jewish culture. He learned Marxism from his father, and he was a Marxist throughout his life. Gould's family regularly read the Forward, which was a Yiddish daily newspaper that was radical in tone, left radical. Quote, "It does not seem to me entirely implausible to suggest that Gould's passion against human sociobiology was linked to the fear..."
But that's the thing, in this modern society, where we sort of glamorize the anti-hero, glamorize the villain, there becomes this thing where we want to be seen as bad. It's a complete inversion. And so we end up competing at something which goes against which goes against the image of God. And so our struggle is to, in the face of unbearable evil, to strive for good. And that's really all we can do. And it's really difficult. And I find it incredibly difficult. But that really is the only thing we can do. There's nothing else. That is our lot in life, is to strive for good in the face of unbearable darkness.
That it was yet another tool which could be used for anti-Semitic purposes. I did ask Gould about this once. He did not entirely repudiate the idea, but inclined to think that the opposition stemmed more from Marxism. And as it so contingently happens, most American Marxists are from Eastern European Jewish families. Perhaps both factors were involved. So, frankly, to me, I don't particularly care whether he was trying to combat anti-Semitism or whether he believed these things because he was a Marxist. Either way, he wasn't believing them because they were scientifically valid. He was coming in with his prejudices as presuppositions, and he was arguing for things ultimately in bad faith, because in science you're supposed to be arguing things from a scientific perspective. And he would shield things in science, and he would use rhetoric and all of these different tools to try to ultimately hide the fact that he had an ethnic or philosophical interest in these things. Michael Ruse said that a very prominent theme of Gould's The Mismeasure of Man was how hereditarian views on intelligence had been used by, quote, Teutonic supremacists to discriminate against Jews early in the century. So that's it for Gould. There were actually a couple other figures, Richard Lerner and Kamen, who were addressed in the same chapter by Kevin MacDonald, and ultimately they're very similar. They're both Jewish, they're both radical, they both use deceptive tactics, and they were both especially concerned about the link between genetic...
Well, yeah, because here's the thing. The 20th century, they learned that it doesn't matter if you kill the body, you can't kill the soul who is dedicated to Christ. And I'm sure they knew this before then. So now the idea is to kill the soul. Whether that's to make you despair and end your own life, or to make you choose evil because you see no other alternative. The greatest act of rebellion against the fallen world is to love.
testing of IQ and the genocide of Jews. Lerner actually wrote a book called Final Solutions: Biology, Prejudice, and Genocide. And so this wasn't just an isolated incident, this wasn't just Gould, it was a whole wave of influence that has, I think, to some degree been beaten back by the scientific community. So that's the end of this video. The next video will be on Chapter 3, Jews and the Left, so if that sounds interesting, don't forget to subscribe. Also, one thing we forgot to mention in the last video is if you're really enjoying the series, then buy the book. All the content's coming from there. There's a ton of great stuff in it.
You can buy the book, but he is an evolutionist.
Just because we're trying to make them short. So please, please, please buy
But
the book.
his,
McDonald. I'll put a link in the description.
His understanding of this thing, and I did a video a couple months ago called The Culture, where I talked about how criticism has become raised to art form, and we see that in every part of our society now. Criticism is the art form. There's an entire economy based on attacking one another. Instead of creating, we destroy each other. And that's been fostered by these people who realize if I can't make something beautiful, then what I can do is buy up the newspapers and fill them with critics who say that beautiful is ugly. And it was incredibly effective.
Thanks, I'll see you guys next time. When you're first clued in to the JQ, one of the first red pills is just how many prominent communists were Jewish. Ethel and Julius Rosenberg, those communists executed for treason in the US, were Jewish. If you remember the Hollywood blacklist, which was when people in Hollywood, specifically Hollywood writers, refused to answer questions in Congress about their communist involvement and so were blacklisted by Hollywood.
Very
6
interesting.
of those 10 people were Jewish. Moving to the Soviet Union, in the first Politburo, Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Stalin, Sokolnikov, and Bubnov, 5 out of those 7 members were Jewish. The big name in German communism was Rosa Luxemburg, and she was Jewish too. Talking about the figureheads is interesting and easy to prove, but it also doesn't speak to the larger character of the movement. So let's talk about that. In the US, quote, Jews played a very prominent role in the Communist Party of the United States. For instance, from 1921 to 1961, Jews were about 33% of the Central Committee members and above 40% of the overall membership. In the 1930s, Jews, quote, constituted a substantial majority of known...
It wasn't Trotsky or Lenin, I forget, literally from New York. He was a communist Jew from New York who moved to Russia. Am I wrong on that? Fact check me on that.
...members of the Soviet underground in the US. And almost half...
This channel, it's kind of defunct, but it is really good. It's called Red Pills Galore. Yeah, subscribe.
...prosecuted under the Smith Act of 1947. In the US, the leadership of the Communist Party was basically a Jewish organization. Here's a quote from David Horowitz. What my parents had done in joining the Communist Party and moving to Sunnyside was to return to the ghetto. There was the same shared private language, the same hermetically sealed universe, the same dual posturing revealing one face to the outer world and another to the tribe. More importantly, there was...
That's beautiful, Tabor. The Lord is seeking builders and not destroyers. However, he who turns away from destroying evil quickly forgets how to build good and is transformed into an evildoer. Real.
The same conviction of being marked for persecution and specially ordained, the sense of moral superiority toward the stronger and more numerous Goyim outside. Here's a Gentile communist talking about his experience at a communist-sponsored youth conference in Wisconsin. Quote, it became increasingly apparent to most participants that virtually all of the speakers were Jewish New Yorkers. Speakers with thick New York accents would identify themselves as the delegate from the Lower East Side or the comrade from Brownsville. Again,
Brownsville, home of the brave.
And held in Wisconsin. The overrepresentation was so crazy, it's sometimes funny. For instance, quote, Hanukkah services were held and the Israeli national anthem were sung during an important sit-in at Berkeley. Moving to the Soviet Union, it wasn't just the communist Politburo. Quote, individual Jews played an important and sometimes decisive part in the leadership of the three main socialist parties, including the Bolsheviks. In Hungary, the communist government was, quote, completely dominated by Jews. 95% of the leading figures of Bela Kun's government were Jews. In Poland, the entire society was basically split along Jew-Gentile lines when it came to the Soviet government. Quote, the general opposition between the Jewish-dominated Polish communist government supported by the Soviets and the nationalist anti-Semitic underground helped forge the allegiance of the great majority of the Jewish population to the communist government, while the great majority of non-Jewish Poles favored the anti-Soviet parties. There were so many Jews, in fact, that you saw cases where Jews specifically recruited Gentiles to make the movement look less Jewish. In the US, quote, efforts were made to recruit Gentiles as window dressing to conceal the extent of Jewish dominance. In Poland, quote, apart from members of the generation whose political loyalties could be counted on and who formed the leadership core of the group, Jews were often discouraged from joining the movement out of fear that the movement would appear too Jewish. However, Jews who could physically pass as Poles were allowed to
Think
join
about
and were
that.
encouraged to state that they were ethnic.
How often does that become like the argument? Well, there was some Christians or some whites or some Europeans or some Gentiles or in those movements, so that refutes the whole thing. Yeah, that was literally for the express purpose of so that you could say that. And they say as much themselves.
Poles and to change their names to Polish-sounding names. So it's pretty clear that these different communist movements all over the world were overwhelmingly led by Jews and staffed by Jews. Considering communism is anti-establishment, anti-tradition, anti-religion, and generally anti-nationalist, you would think that these Jews would give up their Judaism. Largely, they didn't. Generally, they got special treatment and privileges by virtue of being the ruling class. In the Soviet Union, they couldn't legally practice religious Judaism, but at the same time, even though the official ideology viewed nationalism and ethnic separatism as reactionary and thus bad, the Soviet government created a Jewish section of the Communist Party, Yiddish became the recognized language of the Jewish nationality, and state-sponsored Yiddish schools were set up. In Poland, quote, Jewish activists had an ethno-political vision in which Jewish secular culture would continue in Poland with the cooperation and approval of the government. The result was that, quote, while the government campaigned actively against the political and cultural power of the Catholic Church, collective Jewish life flourished in the post-war period. Yiddish and Hebrew language schools and publications were established, as well as a great variety of cultural and social welfare organizations for Jews. So in other words, they suppressed the Catholic Church, they demonized nationalism, and then they had as much religion and nationalism as they wanted in Poland because they were the ruling class. Oftentimes,
And we're all dealing with the fallout of these thinkers. We're all dealing with the fallout of these thinkers. I'm dealing with it when I go to church and I get yelled at because I care about white people, while everyone else is allowed to care about their people. This was a concerted effort by a group of people who have been against us fundamentally for a very, very, very long time.
you'd see anti-nationalist, overwhelmingly Jewish, communist organizations in conflict with nationalistic, ethnic, leftist organizations. In Germany, quote, the conflict between Luxembourg's reactionary left and the social democratic reformists in Germany had overtones of German Jewish ethnic conflict, given the large percentage and high visibility of Jews among the former. In the Soviet Union, quote, the conflict in the 1920s between Stalin and the left opposition, led by Trotsky, Grigory Zinoviev, Lev Kamenev, and Grigory Solkonikov, all of whom were ethnic Jews, had strong overtones of a Jewish-Gentile group conflict. In Poland, the KPP was sometimes called the Jew Commune, and was viewed by the great
Maria, can I get some water?
as foreign and wanting to serve Moscow instead of Poland. And I think they were right to think that. The KPP supported the Soviet Union in the Polish-Soviet War.
I almost kind of want to take a second to, there's this other channel I found recently that's kind of blowing up. I think this guy's like a rock musician who got red-pilled, and I think he's like a Protestant, but nonetheless, he goes into stuff pretty well. He goes into Marxist's art, or Karl Marx's art. I'm sure some of you have seen this in your timeline. Izzy. This guy Izzy. You should watch this. You should watch this video too. Maybe I'll do that too. If we hit the goal, I'll play this too. Otherwise, I'm going to end the show. Let me change what I say here. You should... Ignore what the goal says. If we hit the goal, I will play this hidden satanic artwork of Karl Marx. It's very eye-opening. Otherwise, you can watch it on your own. Don't worry about it too much. It's not that deep. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, he doesn't go into it like we do. But there's definitely some insight in this video. So I'll play that next if we hit the goal, but don't worry, you know, if not, I'll just leave.
And in the Soviet invasion of 1939. So in other words, a supposedly Polish movement literally supported a foreign government in a war against Poland, and that group was predominantly Jewish. And then people are surprised when they find out that Polish people are
At Austin D'Italio 6,682 super chatted $2.
Thank you, Austin. Here's your sound.
Semitic too in their position. So taking a step back, imagine you're Jewish. You have more in common linguistically, ethnically, and religiously with small communities around the globe in different countries than you do with any individual country. What you would normally call nationalism, putting your kinsmen above everyone else, would be something closer to globalism for Jews. I think that's why Jewish communism always has this globalist focus. The other thing that's important to remember about how many of these communist movements were overwhelmingly Jewish is that Jews were second-class citizens in many of these countries before the communist revolutions.
That reminds me. That sound, I made this song. Do you mind if I take a second? Can we take a break? Because I had this song called Rachel Gunn that got all messed up and I don't know why. Rachel? All the most powerful women of our time are named Rachel. I can't find the version of it that I liked. And it's really upsetting because it's as if the whole song disappeared. Well, let me see if this is it real quick. Why are you so venomous with those you love, but not with us? Because you get the facade, no need to know until it's time. My loved ones, they've seen me, no pretense, no refrain. They know they can trust me to do what must be done. This ain't it, see? Every version of this song is like not how it used to be. It's really making me sad because I really liked it. No, until it's time. My loved ones, they've seen me. No pretense, no refrain. They know they can trust me to do what must be done. You ain't seen venomous. You lie through your teeth, you hypocrite. Your tears are counterfeit, but soon you'll see everything. The truth is you're the same as me. We've all been forced to choose a team. But if you had to choose two among the fools, would you choose a stranger or choose your own? Same principle when you meet your foe. What you gonna do when the fairy tale's over? The room filling up with lightning bolts. Everybody shocked when they get struck. Ooh, if you don't know what I'm saying, maybe you should stop playing. If you don't know what I'm saying, maybe you should stop playing. Dang. I don't know what happened. I think maybe it was like when I switched hard drives. All this stuff got like lost, but it's like verses, entire verses that got lost. Let me try one more version of the file and then I'll get back to this. Sorry, this matters to me. Give me 1 second. What a shame. Just an entire song just gone for some reason. Well, it plays on an old stream if you want a version of it. Go ahead, try and find it. It's a good song.
Revolution promised equal or preferred status. Quote, during the 1930s, the Polish government developed policies in which Jews were excluded from public sector employment. Quotas were placed on Jewish representation in universities and the professions, and government-organized boycotts of Jewish businesses and artisans were staged. In the Soviet Union, Jewish literary life flourished under the Soviets, and, quote, the thrust of their prose, poetry, and drama boiled down to one idea: the limitations on their rights under Tsarism and the flowering of once oppressed Jews under the sun of the Lenin-Stalin Constitution. In the US, quote, For many Jewish New Leftists, the revolution promised to avenge the sufferings and to right the wrongs which have for so long been inflicted on Jews with the permission or encouragement or even at the command of the authorities in pre-revolutionary societies. Communism is generally portrayed as a class war, where the proletariat are trying to topple the bourgeoisie and take control for themselves. When you learn stuff like this, communism starts to look more like a racial war, where Jews who are treated as second-class citizens are trying to get control of the government for themselves. It happened in Poland, Hungary, and it would have happened in the Soviet Union if Stalin hadn't purged all the Jews. And it's probably what would have happened around the world and in the United States if communist revolutions had happened there. It really makes you think. To close out the video, one of our first subscribers ever, Dumbleton, mentioned that he liked that we did some fact-checking in the first video. So for this video, I decided to look a little bit more deeply at a book that Dr. MacDonald cites a lot when he's writing about Poland, The Generation, The Rise and Fall of the Jewish Communists of Poland, by Jaf Schatz. Schatz was the director of the Institute for Jewish Culture at Lund University, which is a fairly prestigious university in Sweden. I decided to focus on one particular quote from The Culture of Critique. Jewish activists had an ethno-political vision in which Jewish secular culture would continue in Poland with the cooperation and approval of the government. I think that's kind of a central quote because it's one of the many claims that's made in the book, basically, that Jews are trying to do this mostly to serve their own interests. They want to keep Jewish culture continuing. Page number is cited 230. Thankfully, this entire book appears to be on Google Books, so we can actually look at that page and the surrounding pages. So just for context, when he's talking about activists here, he's talking specifically about politically radical Jewish communists that basically have control of Poland at this point. Beginning in 1949 to 50, the activists became the undisputed leaders of all those involved in Jewish political, social, and economic institutions in Poland. As such, they administered the official Jewish sector and formulated its ideology. Within the generation, the ethnic content of their vision formed one of the poles in the most important division that split its members, dividing them into Jewish Jews and assimilationists. The activists were guided by an ambition to shape Jewish collective post-war life according to the content of their ethno-political vision. In this vision, Jewish secular culture would bloom under socialist conditions. And it goes on to talk about all of these Hebrew schools and Yiddish schools and stuff like that that furthered the Jewish life under this.
I'm getting bored. Sorry. I'm bored now. You guys can watch these videos on your own. Let me post them in chat. I'm bored now. Sorry. Here's this. Very eye-opening. It shows you the many different levels of this cultural takeover and what it did to the people. And then this is the one about Karl Marx's other works.
3,755 super chatted $2. Gang.
Yo, thank you, Alex. Here's your sound, broski. Maybe I'll keep going. Maybe I just need a break. Here's your sound. Where's Chauncey? Say it ain't so. The boy Chauncey showed up. Here's your sound, Alex. What? This sound. All right. Take a 5-10 minute break. Yeah, let me just take a break and then we'll get back to the rest of it. And yeah, okay. That sounds good. I'll be right back, guys. Let's do a vibe. We'll just do music. I don't know what song's gonna play.
Starting fights with this doom. I don't know who I am, all that I know is all you. Let me know what I need to be to everything that you want till I know I've done. What do I have to do to make you mine? I hope this Ferris wheel breaks while we're up here above the sky. That way you cannot leave my side. No, I'm not tied to this. I could change all of it. I don't need me. I don't. I'll be whatever you want. When I see you again, will you tell me then what I didn't do for you? And when I see you again, will you tell me then what else should I change for you? For you. For you. It got me another unpleasant feeling caught me. They shot me. They shot me down. It got me another unpleasant feeling caught me. They shot me. They shot me down. Slings and arrows from their bows, unleashed until I lose my hold. God, I cannot take no more. Oh Lord, how many of my foes? Slings and arrows from their bows, unleashed until I lose my hold. God, I cannot take no more. Oh Lord, how many of my foes? Try, nothing left to do. Try, got the best of you. Try, living destitute. Try, try, nothing left to do. Try, got the best of you. Try, living destitute. Try, nothing left to lose. Nothing left to lose. Nothing left to lose.
Maria, can you give me anything to eat? Just anything? I'm running out of its energy. It could be a simple sandwich. You don't even have to heat it up. Perfect. Just, I need something. What the heck? That's on the mic?
Another unpleasant feeling caught me.
Oh no.
They shot me. They shot me.
Thank goodness I didn't do my famous fart.
Another unpleasant feeling
I muted the wrong mic.
They shot
Just give me one more minute. Oh,
Super chat. Now, super chat. Super chat. Now, this is a concept that just makes sense to me. You just give me your money.
sorry. I just screwed everything up. You guys gotta chill for a second. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ugh. I'm going insane. Maria has my stream playing on a phone and on a TV. And so I'm hearing all my stuff back to me.
6,682
I'm getting really
super
confused
chatted $2.
and scared, quite frankly. Thank you, Austin DeTulio. Here's your sound body. Thank you, Unhip Bone. Here's your sound body. Get ready.
Bone super
I'm about to get a
$5.
big sound, dude. Get ready. I think I gotta take the heart down, Jason. I think it's time. I hope you don't mind. Where is it? It feels essential now, but it could be misinterpreted. This is a spleen that Jason Scholl drew for me, guys. Maybe it's better like this. I just need to be more obvious. Jason Scholl drew a spleen for me.
Can you turn the camera?
It's off. Come here.
Okay. The image.
Hell yeah. Thank you, honey.
You're welcome. It's just basic, but
I don't care. I just need something so I can keep going. I just got, like, spent out of nowhere.
yeah, I'm cleaning, so I don't really have a chance to make dinner.
All right. I love you.
Love you.
Sup, nigga? It's your boy. Yeah, I said heart by accident, but it's a spleen. All right. I'm coming back. I got tired, yo. I just got tired out of nowhere. What y'all up to? We're going to get back to the video in a minute. Talk to me. What's going on? How y'all feeling? I didn't used to eat on stream. Now I do all the time. Because I realize I don't need coffee. I don't need caffeine. I need actual sustenance to keep going. All right. Okay. Here we go. I just realized I can eat while watching this.
It's time. And that seems to roughly fit what Kevin McDonald was talking about. The main problem I have with this, though, is that it talked specifically about assimilationists. It talked about Jewish Jews as opposed to assimilationists. And the presence of assimilationists is kind of absent from Dr. McDonald's coverage of this work and generally these different leftist movements in these different countries. And I don't want to go into too much detail because the video will get really long, but I read about another 30 or 40 pages of this book that he's citing, and it seems to be making the case that a Jewish identity sort of disappeared in the next decade or so as people stopped speaking Yiddish, stopped speaking Hebrew, these schools shut down, etc., etc. I want to actually look into this a little bit more. I'm going to read this book, I'm going to make a video on it, I'm going to learn about it, and that way I can provide an informed opinion to you guys. So that's not really the way I wanted to end this, but I think it is important to stay intellectually honest, and I'll still make a video on the next chapter, which is on Freud and psychoanalysis, very soon. So I'll see you guys then. Today, we're going to talk about Freud and the movement he started, psychoanalysis, like all the subjects in the culture of critique.
Thank you, bro. Here's your sound. Thank you, Average Redhead. Thank you, Unhit Bone.
742 super chatted $1.
Here's your sound, Average Redhead.
Both Freud and psychoanalysis itself were Jewish. Although Freud downplayed his religious education and his knowledge of Hebrew, Yiddish, and Jewish religious traditions, in a private letter, Freud described
Thank you to
Tulio.
Tulio.
Tulio 6,682 super chatted $2.
Pretty good. Pretty good sound. No, if the goal is reached, I'm going to play a different video after this. Disregard what I said.
Described himself as, quote, a fanatical Jew. He was a Zionist, and none of his kids converted to Christianity or married Gentiles. Freud also had a racial understanding of the Jewish people. Speaking about Europeans, he said, quote, whereas their human culture had repressed their primitive sexuality in the ascent to civilization, Jews possessed special creative powers, since they had been able to maintain a direct relation to nature.
It's the father of psychology. You understand? When people don't see how many lines of attack there are. Yo, turn something down. I'm going to go insane, yo. When they don't realize, like, how this is like a multi-pronged attack on European identity, Christian identity. That seeps into every facet of our society. And this is, so far we've covered psychology, IQ, and anthropology, but there's more to this. This video is very good. I bet the book's good. Don't know how to read. Yeah.
At Colliel super chatted $2. I'm poor, but I can spare a few shekels.
Okay.
Should I say anything to him?
Yes, tell him to ask. Don't live dishonestly.
Okay, I wasn't sure if he was, well, because he was like putting it in the corner and he's doing something weird.
Yeah, he's living dishonestly. Here's your sound. Coliol. Thank you, broski. Here's your sound. Wow. And here is your sound.
Hitbone super chatted $5.
Thank you on Hitbone. Here's your sound. It's kind of a little one that time. Oh, is that goal? Hey, all right. Well, this is going to be a long show. I'm glad I had a sandwich. Thank you. Thank you. Let's continue.
To primitive sexuality. So Freud believed that Jews had a special understanding of primitive sexuality. He also believed that artificially restricted sexuality led to many of the problems of society. So in a way, it's obvious that Freud would see psychoanalysis, which is digging into primitive sexuality and how it affects culture, as connected to Judaism. Freud thought it would be hard for non-Jews to understand psychoanalysis for what sounds like racial reasons. And from the beginning, psychoanalysis was overwhelmingly Jewish. Quote, in 1906, all 17 members of the movement were Jewish, and they strongly identified as Jews.
Yeah.
Freud was conscious of the overwhelmingly Jewish nature of the movement and took steps to make it seem less Jewish, much like the Jewish communists of the previous video and Gould from the first video. And again, it was a self-consciously Jewish movement. Quote, the feelings of Jewish superiority alienated many non-Jews within the movement and encouraged many outside the movement to dismiss as hypocritical the humanitarian claims of the psychoanalysts. So
I just found out that Young Neff stole an energy drink, perhaps. Kind of hid it, didn't ask. And it made me think about, like, children do stuff like that. I remember being a sneaky kid. But you have to nip that in the bud in order to be a man. To continue being sneaky as an adult is essentially to engage in criminality, which means that, in a sense, criminality is arrested development, and it's people who never actually mature into adulthood. Just something I was thinking about.
Have an overwhelmingly Jewish movement that sees a problem with Gentile society that Jews are in a unique position to diagnose and fix. One of the main ideas in psychoanalysis developed by Freud is the Oedipal complex. It's the idea that it's perfectly natural to want to have sex with your mother and be jealous of your father. It's a totally natural part of development, apparently. It turns out that this idea originated because Freud himself felt that way when he was younger. He just assumed that everyone else felt the same way too, I guess. He also made basically everything about sex. He defined various, quote, psychosexual stages, where children would get sexual satisfaction in different ways, using their mouth first, then their...
These guys can't stop thinking about kids like this. It's a weird thing.
...their butt, etc. The thing is, all these theories were created by piecing together his reflections and his psychoanalysis of patients. He didn't use data or the scientific method or really science at all. But the lack of scientific rigor didn't stop these ideas from spreading, and part of the reason was the nature of the psychoanalytic movement itself. Psychoanalysis, quote, conducted itself less like a scientific medical enterprise than like a Politburo bent on snuffing out deviationism.
What
there was
word?
A suppression of free criticism like a Politburo bent on
I've never heard that word. What is he saying? Politburo?
snuffing out of less like a scientific medical enterprise than like a Politburo bent on snuffing out
Pilotburo?
out deviationism. There was a suppression of free criticism within psychoanalysis. Freud was treated as a demigod, and no criticism of his utterances was permitted. Carl Jung was the most famous follower of Freud, and he was also a Gentile. He went on to break with Freud and come up with his own ideas. When he left, he criticized Freudians as being intolerant and fanatical. Freud
Carl Jung, in one of his books, he said that Freud insisted that his ideas had to continue in perpetuity. He didn't care that other findings disproved it. He didn't care about Carl Jung's ideas, who, you know, obviously we don't buy into any of this crap, but nonetheless, there was a great idea of kind of a sort of pride in posterity for Freud, that these ideas that he propagated continue eternally. And he said as much to Carl Jung, who was his main protege. Protege?
responded by saying that Jung defected due to, quote, strong...
Politburo. I've never heard that word. Where's my phone? Hey Siri. Define Politburo. I looked up a racial slur for Polish people.
neurotic and egotistic motives. That was a common thing for Freud. When someone would disagree with some of the tenets of psychoanalysis, like the Oedipal complex, Freud would say that opposition to psychoanalysis stemmed from resistances arising from emotional sources. He would sort of pathologize any opposition to his...
The chief political and executive committee of a communist party. Oh, thank you, Lasagna.
...ideas. It's impossible to actually disagree with him on any kind of intellectual basis, I guess. So, making everything about sex, it turns out, was a little bit controversial in very conservative Christian Europe and the US. It was seen as subversive, and Freud thought so too. After publishing Little Hans, he wrote to a fellow Jew, quote, "German ideals threatened again. Our Aryan comrades are really completely indispensable to us. Otherwise, psychoanalysis would succumb to anti-Semitism." So again, he's talking about how useful it is to have these non-Jews around, so that way these obviously subversive ideas aren't seen as entirely Jewish. I traced that quote down to the original source.
I want to zoom in on my face every time that gets said. I want to be like... Maybe I can do it a little better than that. Here's what I'll do. I'll go like this. Whenever that happens, I'll go... No.
Forget it.
You can see it here. It doesn't look like it was taken out of context or anything. Freud saw anyone
Good night,
attempting to
Extanglia.
restrict sexuality as an enemy and the cause of most of the problems in society. He wrote, quote, "Sexual morality, as society in its extreme form, the American defines it, seems to me very contemptible. I advocate an incomparably freer sexual life." And remember, Freud didn't see these restrictions on sexuality as a human.
Do you see this? Do you see how everything trickled down from these ideas? The entire hippie generation, post-World War II, all of it came from these ideas and was consistently pushed by the same people. I don't need to tell you about the pawnbroker. 1962, 1963, they were able to get past the censor laws by making a movie about the Holocaust. So it was basically just full of pornography. And within a couple of years, the porn industry in America became this massive industry, almost exclusively run by Amish people. And with all the male actors being Amish men and all the female performers being Gentile women. So they boink your ladies, who they call sheiksas, and then you jerk your gherkin to it.
Thing. He didn't think it affected Jews at all. He was specifically trying to fix another race and another culture. And after World War II and the Holocaust, Freud was dead, but psychoanalysts generally took the Holocaust as more evidence of pent-up sexual desires. In Wilhelm Reich's book, The Function of the Orgasm, Sex Economic Problems of Biological Energy, whatever that means, he wrote, quote, "The forces which have been kept in check for so long by the superficial veneer of good breeding and artificial self-control broke through into action in concentration."
And how many people like this still think like this today? This pours out into everything people do now. They think keeping it real means being mean, means indulging in their darkness. What does that mean? That means they identify with the fall rather than the image of God. You're not keeping it real. You're keeping it Satan, is what you're doing. You're keeping it hell. People think they're finding themselves by indulging in all of their worst inclinations and becoming their true selves. There's an entire generation of artists going deeper and deeper into debauchery in order to unlock their true artistic nature. But all they unlocked was the door to hell. Because our true nature is the image of God. That's our true nature. And so we have to struggle against these things instead of identifying them as the real us.
Camps, in the persecution of the Jews, in fascism, the psychic mass disease revealed itself in an undisguised form. So in other words, sexual repression, meaning not just constantly having sex and actually having some modesty, leads to Auschwitz. And Wilhelm Reich's ideas weren't just his, it was a common thing.
And we've watched that propagated too. Everything is Hitler. Everything's Auschwitz. Everything's the Holocaust. For a long time, up until, a decade ago, those words shut down the human mind. Ceased all argument. Now we see it for what it is. And we see how flippantly they use these words that shut down thought. They say it's Hitler, Holocaust, racism, white supremacy, Nazi. And they just say these words at you. And it used to work. It used to work when they controlled the narrative. Now they're scrambling to regain control of it. Scrambling. Buying TikTok. Scrambling to get a hold of the narrative again. Because the whole illusion is falling before our eyes. And if you don't understand by now that the entire modern world that most people believe in was a construct of powerful, insane Amish people, then you haven't been paying attention.
Quote, "The psychoanalysts who emigrated from Europe to the US during the Nazi era expected to make psychoanalysis into the ultimate weapon against fascism, anti-Semitism, and every other anti-liberal bias. Again, they're taking something that really shouldn't be political at all. They're taking what, at least supposedly, is a scientific idea, and then they're using it for political ends. A lot of Freud's ideas are controversial to this day, and the scientific
And wait,
community-
because after this, you'll see foundations. Jay Dyer's talked about the foundations, actually, himself, but you'll see.
is divided on many of them. That said, if his goal was to liberate our ideas of sex and to generally deconstruct sexual morality, he totally succeeded. Quote, "What is striking about the 1960s revolution is how revolutionary it was."
I'll be relegated to Rumble eventually, but this is the first stream I did not on Rumble because Restream was having issues. Did I do something wrong? What are you actually saying right now, Jimmy?
In sensibility as well as reality. In the 7 years between 1965 and 1972, the number of people who thought premarital
That's
sex was
prawn.
always or almost
Turn
always
off the
wrong
prawn.
dropped from 69 and 65% to 24 and 21%. And that's ultimately Freud's legacy. That's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, then sub to the channel. You might also want to follow us on Twitter or subscribe on BitChute just in case the channel gets taken down. I'll put those links in the description. Stay tuned for the next chapter on the Frankfurt School. Thanks, guys. The Frankfurt School was a social and political movement started at the Institute for Social Research at the University in Frankfurt, Germany. The Frankfurt School and the Institute for Social Research were basically the same thing. The institute was started by Felix Wiel in 1923, a Jewish millionaire, with the goal of promoting the study of Marxism in Germany. The first generation of the Frankfurt School were all ethnic Jews, and taking the list of notable theorists of the Frankfurt School from Wikipedia, Herbert Marcuse, Theodor Adorno, Max Horkheimer, Walter Benjamin, Erich Fromm, Friedrich Pollock, Leo Lowenthal, Siegfried Krikor, Otto Kirchheimer, Jürgen Habermas, Alfred Schmidt, and Axel Honneth. 9 of the 12 were ethnically Jewish.
It looks like Bizarro David Lynch right there. And then you can't see who I'm pointing to.
And it was generally viewed as a Jewish group, and by more than just the National Socialists in Germany. During the Weimar period in Germany, quote, "The perception that Jewish critical analysis of Gentile society was aimed at dissolving the bonds of cohesiveness with the society was common among educated Gentile Germans, including university professors. And critical analysis is a Frankfurt School specialty. For this video, we're mostly going to focus on Horkheimer and Adorno, who were the largest figures in the Frankfurt School. Felix Wiel wanted to promote Marxism in Germany, and at first Adorno and Horkheimer were perfectly happy with Marxism and a class-based view of the world. Then, reality hit. The proletariat sided with the National Socialists in Germany, and the Frankfurt School had to flee to New York, and the Jews who didn't flee were put into camps. Both Horkheimer and Adorno were heavily influenced by these experiences. Then, the proletarian revolution in Russia turned ugly when Stalin took over, and it wasn't as friendly to the Jews as everyone thought it would be. So they began to see authoritarianism itself as the main enemy. So they were influenced by world-shaking events. Who wouldn't be? Why would it matter if they're just sociologists and professors looking for the truth? Well, they're not. The biggest idea that came out of the Frankfurt School was critical theory. If you read Horkheimer's essay, Traditional and Critical Theory, you'll come away with the idea that critical theory is oriented toward critiquing and changing society, whereas traditional theory is more about understanding or explaining it. And there are downsides, apparently, to traditional theory because by just trying to understand and explain the world, you inevitably side with the power structure that is in control. You're not doing enough, basically. And a true devotee of critical theory is constantly criticizing. All of the ideals of Western society were huge targets. Chastity, the family, the church, the goal of being a pillar of the community, these were all turned on their heads and said to be unhealthy and the cause of society's ills.
And where is it
Chastity in
now?
the church caused
Where is it now? We're awash in villains and anti-heroes. Yeah, I do usually simultaneously stream to Rumble. In fact, you guys should subscribe to my Rumble.
Oppression, which eventually led to violence. A close-knit family was a sign of being needy. Wanting prestige meant that you were really empty inside. Their goal was to seriously question the foundations of the society, all the assumptions that everyone made that sort of held the society together, and in a lot of cases invert them. And they weren't after truth or understanding. They wanted to change society. That was their goal. If you've watched all the videos in the series so far, that idea sounds familiar, doesn't it? I hear myself saying the same thing over and over. It's where the title of the book, The Culture of Critique, comes from. Whether we're talking about Boas and race, Gould and IQ, Freud and psychoanalysis, or now Horkheimer and Adorno and sociology, it turns out that the goal of these academics was to push a message rather than to find out the truth. And don't get me wrong, there's a place to push a message. We should be trying to change society. I care about that sort of thing. It's important. But I'm also not an academic. We as a society value the highly learned man who devotes his life to learning and carefully weighs data to advance our knowledge as a civilization. I don't want all those noble men and women replaced by ideologues who just want to push an agenda. And when you look at the way the Institute for Social Research behaved and the way Adorno and Horkheimer wrote, it sounds a lot more like a political organization.
What do you mean, hello? We live in it now. We live in the consequences of it. We live in a world where nobody strives for excellence.
Scientific one. Throughout the history of the Institute, to be part of it meant letting
Morally,
your work be heavily edited and your ideas censored. Here's
or in
Adorno
society.
writing about Erich Fromm, another member of the movement. Quote, Fromm takes the easy way out with the concept of authority, without which, after all, neither Lenin's avant-garde nor dictatorship can be conceived of. I would strongly advise him to read Lenin. I must tell you that I see a real threat in this article to the line which the journal takes. Actual researchers who are after the truth won't consider excluding an article because it deviates from the norm. Later, Fromm was kicked out of the Institute altogether. Herbert Marcuse was another victim of differing ideologies. He was excluded because he was too much of a traditional Marxist. They were an ideological political organization. In one of their studies, they, quote, investigated anti-Semitism. I'm a little hesitant to use the word investigated. Horkheimer was thrilled about it. Quote, research would be able here to transform itself directly into propaganda. If it could be reliably established that a particularly high percentage of criminals were extreme anti-Semites, the result would be as such already propaganda. I would also like to try examining psychopaths in mental hospitals. They also used Freudian reasoning in order to explain things that they could never explain empirically.
You should
Turns
find
out,
the
according to
overlap
Horkheimer
of
and
geniuses
Adorno,
and
the Jews were hated.
anti-Semites. That'd be interesting too. How many geniuses are anti-Semites?
Because they're just so wonderful. The Gentiles are just jealous. Quote, happiness without power, wages without work, a home without frontiers, religion without myth. These characteristics are hated by the rulers because the ruled secretly long to possess them. The rulers are only safe as long as the people they rule turn their longed-for goals into hated forms of evil. Also, much like Freud, Horkheimer and Adorno weren't friends of the traditional structure of the societies they lived in. Both had a negative view of traditional Christianity and thought it was related to fascism. They said that both fascism and traditional Christianity involved the, quote, opposition to and subjugation of nature. On the other hand, Judaism was a natural religion and served national life and self-preservation. Horkheimer believed that, quote, the true enemy of the Jews is Gentile collectivities of any kind and especially nationalism. Because of this evil of collectivist nationalism, Adorno wrote that a goal of philosophy is, quote, the negative role of resisting attempts to endow the world with any universality, objectivity, or totality. So science was attacked by Adorno and Horkheimer because it tries to find universal principles of reality. Because objectivity and science are the foundations we build our society on. Once you have science, you can start asking questions about whether policies, ideologies, and groups of people are good or bad for the country, and use data to try and find answers to those questions. According to the Frankfurt School, we can't have that, so we can't have science. Adorno thought that the main goal of a society should be one where, quote, one can be different without fear. It's an obvious goal to have if you're a Jewish...
I don't know. It didn't go through. If it did, I didn't see it. But, I don't know. It depends on us in a lot of ways. How willing we are to cling to Christ. How willing we are to eschew everything that we've been taught our entire life and help the new people coming up understand how wrong it all is. But also, we have to understand that they're seeped in it to a higher level than we are. Each generation is seeped in more and more degeneracy, more and more filth. And it becomes more and more normalized to them. The plus side to that is that it has become absurd. And so many young people are looking at it, and instead of being pulled in by it, they're being repulsed by it. They're seeing it as, wow, this is so obviously from Satan. So it might have an inverse effect. Our job is to show them the alternative.
Man who was kicked out of the country he was raised in and had to flee to another equally alien and hostile country across the ocean. Unfortunately, it seems like the Western world has taken up this role. Who cares if we're rich? Who cares if we're powerful? Who cares if we're safe? Who cares if our communities are intact and our people are happy? Someone put up a swastika flyer and it might not have been a Jewish hoax this time, so we should focus on that instead. That's it for this video. If you enjoyed it, you'll love our next one. We're going to focus on the most influential work produced by the Frankfurt School, The Authoritarian Personality. If you enjoyed the videos, follow us on Twitter, become a patron on Patreon, and of course subscribe to the channel. See you next time. In the previous video, we covered the Frankfurt School generally. Today, we're going to talk about one of the more interesting works to come out of it, The Authoritarian Personality. The Authoritarian Personality was sponsored by the Department of Scientific Research of the American Jewish Committee in a series entitled Studies...
Yeah, because you're shattering a convenient lie for them, Cole. That's a convenient lie. We were talking about this earlier in the show. Everyone has a tendency to gravitate towards convenient lies. Things that serve them, even if they're not true. And the boomers have been steeped in the convenient lie their entire lives. It's paid for their homes. It's made so they don't have to think. It's giving them timeshares. You know. I just see like an old man sitting in a recliner staring at the TV and just never having anything about his reality challenged in any way, shape, or form. You know. And who wouldn't want that? And if you have that, wouldn't you fight to keep it? Who wouldn't want an unchallenged reality? The alternative is what we live in. Knowing the truth and seeing, you know, the hounds of hell surround us on all sides. I would much rather believe the lie. Well, you know what I mean. I wouldn't much rather believe the lie, but I could see the temptation. And when most of your life, no alternative has even been allowed to, you know, break ground. When it finally does, and you've spent your entire life in a lie, yeah, you're going to have a knee-jerk reaction to it every time.
In Prejudice. It was written in 1950 by 4 people. Adorno, who we already covered, Elsa Frankel Brunswick, who was Jewish, Daniel Levinson, who may have been Jewish, I couldn't find any evidence either way,
Levinson?
and Nevitt Sanford, who was definitely not Jewish. For what it's worth, Adorno's name was listed first, and he was the most influential and famous of the 4. So this was a work written by both Jews and Gentiles, whose research was funded by Jews, and this was right after World War II, and the goal was to figure out why people became anti-Semites, fascists, and authoritarians. To me, this is the situation where the JQ comes in handy. Yes, it's interesting how much influence Jews have. Yes, they seem to be especially interested in universalist causes, banking, the media, and degenerate things like pornography. All of that aside though, just recognizing that Jews are a separate people is so valuable. A group gets persecuted, flees to another country, and then does research psychoanalyzing why the people who kicked them out thought the way they did. And you expect the result to be impartial? If a bunch of Christians got together and said the reason atheists hadn't accepted Jesus was because their parents abused them.
Yeah, it's like I said, anytime a Jewish person says that the Bible is anti-Semitic, the Bible's anti-Semitic. Say, oh yeah, what does your book say about us?
they wouldn't ever be taken seriously. If a bunch of communists got together and said that liberals rejected communism because they were mentally unstable, it wouldn't ever be considered science. And yet with Jews, it's considered anti-Semitic to question how impartial they can be when analyzing people that want to kick them out of countries. Just raising that objection is thought crime. How could he possibly think that Jews might have an interest other than the objective pursuit of knowledge? And it's not like these guys were even hiding their agenda or disguising their biases. Quote, in Berkeley, we then developed the F-scale, fascist, with a freedom which differed considerably from the idea of a pedantic science which has to justify each of its steps. The reason for this was probably what, over there, might have been termed the, quote, psychoanalytic background of the four of us who were leading the project, particularly our familiarity with the method of free association. I emphasize this because a work like The Authoritarian Personality was produced in a manner which does not correspond at all to the usual image of positivism in social science. That was Adorno. Referring to their theories of anti-Semitism discussed in The Authoritarian Personality, Adorno wrote, quote, we never regarded the theory simply as a set of hypotheses, but as in some sense standing on its own feet, and therefore did not intend to prove or disprove the theory through our findings, but only to derive from it concrete questions for investigation, which must then be judged on their own merit and demonstrate certain...
Yeah, but we also have to be careful about that thought process because the whole generational thing is also a construct meant to divide people from their own parents, made to divide people from their own family members. You know, they want to split in every possible way. They want man against woman. They want father against son. They want brother against brother. They want chaos. They want us to destroy ourselves. So the phrase never trust anybody over 30 became a really big phrase in the 60s and 70s. That was like a huge thing. Never trust, during like the countercultural hippie movement, there was this saying, never trust anybody over 30. That was coined by, you know, a Hana Korean. And the idea was dismiss your elders, dismiss anybody who has the wisdom of actually living in the world, and just the youth, just the mush-minded youth who can be programmed. So there's dangers in every direction, actually. They focused their efforts on brainwashing the youth and told them directly not to listen to adults. Now those same people are old and refuse to listen to the youth.
And prevalent socio-psychological structures. It's a theory so good you don't even need to look for evidence. And it definitely does come out of the whole Freudian thing, where people just kind of speculate and think about stuff and develop theories and they never actually have to prove any of it, they just sort of assert it as true. So the authoritarian personality has a few different sections. For each of them, a subject would be asked a series of questions, and then their answers would be used to predict whether someone was a potential authoritarian. There was the F scale for fascist, an anti-Semitism scale, an ethnocentrism scale, and a conservatism scale. Some of the questions they asked do make sense. If you want to know whether someone is ethnocentric, it makes sense to ask them.
Oh, I got what you mean. I don't think he meant it in that way. More so that 60, 70-year-olds that spent their lives following. Yeah. No, I understand. I know that's how he meant it. I was just saying that that's also something to consider, you know? We used to live in societies in which generations would live in the same household, if not the same block, you know what I mean? Where the people you grew up with, you would know your whole life. Cultures, you know, formed. Traditions, societies, an understanding of the people around you. And elders were respected and taken care of. Now everyone dismisses everyone. We're all full of pride. We stuff our elders in old folks' home. We're all cowboys. We travel the world to get as far away from our own family as we can. I think it was by design, personally. Divide and conquer. Any strata you can use to divide, whether it's race, whether it's age, whatever you need, whatever will do the trick to alienate people from one another.
them about how they feel about other races. On the other hand, there were a lot of questions about the subjects' childhoods. That's where the sort of Freudian influence comes in. And there were other bigger problems. For one thing, the ethnocentrism scale wasn't really an ethnocentrism scale, because the questions weren't worded generally. For instance, one of the questions was, quote, "In view of the present national emergency," which was World War II, "it is highly important to limit responsible government jobs to native white Christian Americans." So, I mean, that would sort of...
That's interesting, Big Boss. I had the opposite thing happen. Once my mom passed, it was like an atom bomb dropped on the family and everybody scattered.
Be ethnocentrism if you were asking a white Christian American, but if you were interviewing a Jew or an atheist or like a foreign German man, they wouldn't answer yes if they were ethnocentric. They were specifically referring to white Christian Americans. And also, you'd think an anti-Semitism scale would measure hatred of Jews, but it didn't. One question was, quote, "The trouble with letting Jews into a nice neighborhood is that they gradually give it a typical Jewish atmosphere. But it isn't anti-Semitic to recognize that bringing someone from a different culture into your neighborhood is going to change it and make it more like them." That's just
Look at
sort of
these
noticing
freaks.
things.
These people are
Isn't
freaks.
anti-Semitism
I'm
to
sorry.
want a neighborhood to be one
Freaking weirdos, dude. Just a tribe of weirdos, dude.
where you can wish your neighbors Merry Christmas and they will respond in kind.
Look at it.
And also, if you think that Jews have a disproportionate amount of money or power or involvement in the radical left, that would increase your ranking on the anti-Semitism scale as well. It doesn't matter that those claims are true, just ask the Jewish Daily Forward. Another hint you might be an authoritarian is your relationship with your parents.
Neurotic.
A highly ethnocentric...
Just like neurotic people. So neurotic.
woman would say something like, quote, "Mother was terribly strict with me about learning to keep house. I'm glad now, but I resented it then." To Adorno, a comment like that is a sign of a horrible relationship with her parents. She was just suppressing her resentment for her mother. If on
Isn't
the
that
other
interesting?
hand, the child was open about bad experiences with her parents and acknowledged that her parents really were horrible parents, then that was a sign of a healthy, objective perspective. The child had let go of any trauma and could be open and honest about the childhood. If you didn't openly mention a bad relationship with your parents, then that was seen as a sign of a deep, unconscious psychopathology. The assumption, of course, is that all childhoods are equally horrible, and that the only way to be healthy is to admit that your childhood was horrible. Of course, Adorno doesn't quite put it that way. He says that the highly ethnocentric, quote, glorify their parents, whereas the rest have an objective perspective. It's like Adorno was playing a game. He knew that authoritarianism was bad, and he knew that there were differences between the sorts of people that were ethnocentric and the sorts that weren't. So he had to find a way to turn all of the good things that were associated with the ethnocentric populations into bad things. So when it turned out that low scorers, meaning low in ethnocentrism, mentioned conflict between their parents more often, it was said that they, quote, illustrate the frankness and the greater insight into the marital conflicts of their parents. So the assumption there again is that it's not that their parents fought more, it's that they were more aware of the marital conflicts. I mean, this couldn't possibly be evidence that high scorers actually had happier families. No, the high scorers were just denying that conflict happened. Quote, high-scoring subjects are proud of their families, their accomplishments, and their traditions. And that had to be bad. So having that pride leads to, quote, setting off of a homogeneous totalitarian family against the rest of the world. So pride is bad, right? Also, high scorers had a very positive self-image, whereas low scorers were insecure and far away from their ideal selves. Clearly, this was due to, quote, the repressions of the high scorers and the objectivity.
Ideal self being someone who's in a constant state of neuroticism and rebellion.
Of the low scorers. The high scorers couldn't actually be better in any way. It always had to be pathologized. Another trend was that the high scorers, again, high in ethnocentrism, had more social success, more friends, held more offices, and were more interested in material success. Basically Chads. And
Something they recognize, and that's why they are so nepotistic. They'll constantly take care of their own while telling you it's wrong to do that. Basically ensuring that you don't succeed. And now we have a generation of white men who are aimless and have no idea what to do because no one ever taught them how to do anything. And told them that the natural things that their people have done forever were the epitome of evil. So what did you identify with? There was nothing to identify with. Hence escapism. Rampant escapism.
These traits were pathologized as gang sociability and seen as a negative. And yeah, this is like totally crazy, right? And it hasn't gone totally unnoticed by the scientific community. From the beginning, the authoritarian personality was seen as having serious problems in the conduction of the research. Quote, unrepresentative subjects in the interview data, the very incomplete and misleading information on the reliability of the measures, and the discussion of insignificant relationships as if they were significant. Those were all problems. So that was Altmaier. And after going through a bunch of the different issues in the authoritarian personality, he wrote, quote, the reader familiar with the matter knows that most of these criticisms are over 25 years old, and this was written in 1988. And now they might be considered little more than flaying a dead horse. Unfortunately, the flaying...
Yeah, they make fun of young men for being virgins. What the hell is wrong with being a virgin? What the hell is wrong with being a virgin? Incels. They call them incels. They make fun of them for living with their parents. It's what most successful people do throughout history. They leave once they're able to. They don't just get thrown out of the nest and flail until something works out. Things that are very natural. Fostering your children. Bringing them up so that they can then take the helm. No. Send them to a school that teaches them to hate themselves. Basically sheep herd them for 12 years. And then send them out into the job market with zero skills. And the creative energy in them stamped out, more or less. More or less completely stamped out. 12 years of tedium, followed by a lifetime of tedium.
Flaying is necessary, for the horse is not dead, but still trotting around in various introductory psychology and developmental psychology textbooks. For example, methodological criticisms seem to travel a shorter circuit and die a much quicker death than, quote, scientific breakthroughs. In conclusion then, no matter how often it is stated that the Berkeley investigators discovered the childhood origins of authoritarianism, the facts of the matter are anything but convincing. But it didn't matter that the studies were far from impartial. It didn't matter that they were flawed from the beginning. They weren't designed to be scientific, they were designed to be used politically, and they were. The American public had been bombarded with propaganda painting the fascist Germans, Italians, and Japanese as violent psychopaths bent on world destruction. Then 400,000 Americans lost their lives fighting in World War II. A few years later, the largely Jewish immigration reform movement tapped into that propaganda, and the authoritarian personality
was that the 1965 immigration reform of America? It all of a sudden made it not based on merit? Or not based on race, but on some kind of nebulous idea of merit. Before that, it was like a 98% white country. I've looked into it. I can't remember the names, but the people behind it were mostly Jewish, and almost the entire country was against it. Vocally against it. And that didn't matter. It still passed.
was a way to paint conservative white Americans as the same as the fascists they had just defeated. And it worked. The 1965 Hart-Celler Act was passed, and the demographics of the US would never be the same. That's what we're going to talk about in the next video, Jewish involvement in US immigration policy. If you enjoyed the video, subscribe and share the video with the
So what's that?
If you want to vote on what book we cover next.
That's immigration, that's psychology, that's sociology, that's anthropology, that's attacks against the culture itself.
Want to support the channel? Please check out our Patreon. I'll put a link in the description. It might also be a good idea to follow us on Twitter and subscribe on BitChute just in case something happens to the channel. Thanks, guys. Quote, communism is racial. A racial minority seized control in Russia and in all her satellite countries. They have been run out of practically every country in Europe in the years gone by, and if they keep stirring race trouble in this country and trying to force their communistic program on the Christian people of America, there is no telling what will happen to them here.
Now we can look at this and say, in a way, it was inevitable because what we identified as Christianity was itself a farce. And it became more and more farcical as time went on, leading to it becoming an atheist factory, which the past couple generations have basically fallen into atheism because the Zio Church, the Scofield Zio Church, or the deeply compromised Vatican II
Catholic Church, never mind Vatican I. Was absurd. It exposed itself as completely absurd. You had to check your mind at the door in order to buy into any of it. And so it led to atheism. And so there's a sense in which this was inevitable, and which this has to happen. Though I don't think it had to happen exactly like this. And I think many lives could have been spared. But there was a concerted effort to suppress orthodoxy as well, while they turned Protestantism, which was already deeply compromised, into clown church, essentially.
David Duke. That was Representative John Rankin of the U.S. House of Representatives in 1952. That's how aware Gentiles were about Jewish influence back then. Rankin brought it up during the debate on immigration law, and that debate wasn't just about immigration, it was also about what it meant to be an American. Back then, the average American saw the U.S. as a place built by and for Anglo-Saxon Christians, and they were happy to say that openly. But they still had to deal with being called racist in a way that's very familiar today. Here's Representative William N. Vail of Colorado giving a typical American opinion. Quote, "Let me emphasize here that the restrictionists of Congress do not claim that the Nordic race or even the Anglo-Saxon race is the best race in the world. Let us concede in all fairness that the Czech is a more sturdy laborer with a very low percentage of crime and insanity, that the Jew is the best businessman in the world, and that the Italian has a spiritual grasp and an artistic sense which have greatly enriched the world. Nordics need not be vain about their own qualifications. It well behooves them to be humble. What we do claim is that the Northern European, and particularly Anglo-Saxons, made this country. Oh yes, the others helped, but that is the full statement of the case. They came to this country because it was already made as an Anglo-Saxon commonwealth. They added to it, they often enriched it, but they did not make it, and they have not yet greatly changed it. We are determined that they shall not. It is a good country, it suits us. And what we assert is that we are not going to surrender it to somebody else, or allow other people, no matter what their merits, to make it something different. If there is any changing to be done, we will do it ourselves." That was in 1924, leading up to the quota-based immigration that was passed around that time. Even then, they felt the need to start with, "I'm not a racist, but..." Whites couldn't be called Nazis because the National Socialists hadn't risen to power in Germany yet, so they were called Nordic supremacists or Teutonic supremacists instead. And who do you think it was that was calling people racist so much that they felt the need to defend themselves when they just wanted their country to stay more or less the same? It was the same group of people that was trying to change America from a country of people to a country of ideas. One member of that group was an American philosopher named Horace Kalin. He was the son of a rabbi, and he was also a prominent leader of the AJ Congress, AJ meaning American Jewish. He was, quote, "largely responsible for the current widespread understanding of the US as a pluralistic society that did not belong to any particular people." This idea of a pluralistic society where a bunch of different people mixed together and made something better was not at all common.
I mean, this goes back to our conversation yesterday with Sarah. You don't defend yourself because it gives credence to their false ideas. You don't sit there and say, "I'm not racist on this." Who cares what you call me? I'm not wrong.
Hundreds, but it was very common among Jews. It became, quote, "a hallmark of mainstream American Zionism, secular and religious alike." Jews wanted this sort of society because, frankly, they would feel safer there. Just like Representative Rankin said, Jews had been kicked out of virtually every country they'd ever lived in. Quote, "American Jews are committed to cultural tolerance because of their belief, one firmly rooted in history, that Jews are safe only in a society accepting of a wide range of attitudes and behaviors as well as a diversity of religious and ethnic groups. It is this belief, for example, not approval of homosexuality, that leads an overwhelming majority of US Jews to endorse gay rights and to take a liberal stance on most other so-called social issues." In the years before 1965, going all the way back to the founding of the country, the US was between 80 and 90% white, and the vast majority of the rest were black. Those blacks were either slaves or second-class citizens. And so this wasn't a multicultural society. At most you could say this was a bicultural society with one very junior partner. The thing is, people didn't want that to change. For instance, in the 1920s, evolutionary theories of race and ethnicity were really part of the culture. That was when, quote, "scientific racism" was at its peak, and eugenics was openly talked about. Madison Grant had recently written his book, The Passing...
All right, I can't do it anymore.
And I can't turn this song off because I'm trying to search for the dang audio on it. But I said I would do this next video, so I have to find the willpower. Because you hit the goal. So I will. Alright, I'm not going to find the file. I'll just let this go. This song is just dead. If you can find it on an old stream, there might be a decent version of it. I gotta take a break.
Vulnerable, that didn't work. I feel you. Fellas wearing lipstick and dresses. I have horse on the necklace, the checklist. But why you keep insisting that you're an individual? Why don't you admit that you're part of the herd now? Say you're not religious, but dig this, your religion is the image that they print. But why you keep insisting that you're an individual? Why don't you admit that you're part of the herd now? This is not a game, son, it's Satan on the buttons with the kingdoms and nations. You are doing what they say, son, but playing like the Bible is a fable. Let's say something in the basement with the chain gun, and blaze them with the names of every safe one you make, cause you're afraid that they might make fun. Mistake one, give it up before your day comes. At the cross, at the cross, at the cross. Everywhere, yeah, you used to have to prowl, now it's in the air. And everyone competes to get heard on the radio. Everyone competes to be part of the game show. Calling out your best friend for saying things that you said before they said nah. To say them, $1 million paid to the one most offended. Show us that you care by ending your friendship. This is a religion, they're giving narcissism, superstition, and victims every time they change your ism. You listen like compliance is your mission. You missing the whole reason that you're living. To give in to permissible opinions. Dominion, don't you understand the difference between this and the miracle that he did at the cross? At the cross. At the cross. At the cross. It's time to unleash the hounds of war. The lines in the sand have been drawn. It's time for an end to all this turmoil and reach a Christian door, and we're done. And what do you remember? 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 In charge, don't placate the wicked. No more atom bombs, no more rapping like it's all my fault. It's time for you to vacate. Little respect, but I went a long way. Now it's time fight to the end of my days. I cannot let like it gonna be made. Turning to sex cause you wanna behave. It was all blood and all one grade. I was content to get up with my feet. Till the time came for me to show you two face. You cannot wait, you can never betray. Now we're done playing all over your games. You will see clear that your misery reign. All about passion and all about pain. We have no reason to keep it contained. You will not wait, I should never feel pain. You will not risk anything for our faith. You will persist to the end of your days. Find that no artificial delays. And what do you remember? And what do you remember? And what do you remember? Every joy in me to dead end for you. Never. You were always so clever. Then you said that we don't matter. You are. You're my enemy. You're my enemy. Respect, I went a long way. Now it's time fight to the end of my days. I cannot let like it gonna be made. Turning to sex cause you wanna behave. It was all blood and all one grade. I was content to get up with my feet. Till the time came for me to show you two face. You cannot wait, you can never betray. Now we're done playing all over your games. You will see clear that your misery reign. All about passion and all about pain. We have no reason to keep it contained. You will not wait, I should never feel pain. You will not risk anything for our faith. You will persist to the end of your days. Find that no artificial delays. Out in the city, I have a place where I come from. Praying my eyes till I no longer was. Everyone's pretty, everyone's cooler than I am. I cannot hold my composure, fool. Before you know the blades at my throat. Tell you everything you wanna know. Before you know the blades at my throat again. Oh, so just for sure, my friend. I hate the city. I hate the place where I come from. Don't you remind me about me of it. The further the better. Delete the pictures that you kept. Diamonds are far. You know what? Here no more. Before you know the blades at my throat. Oh, I'll tell you everything you wanna know. Before you know the blades at my throat again.
Spleen hoodies available till the end of the month, people. Spleen hoodies available until the end of the month at my shop. And then never again will I embarrass myself like that. I'm never going to talk about my spleen again. There will not be another Spleen-tober, I don't think. I don't think. I'm just trying to get it all out, you know? So yeah, there's an interesting thing to all this, and that's the idea that what we're dealing with is the fallout of all of this hyper-targeted, this campaign against specifically us. And now we sit and cower, and we're afraid to talk about things that are natural and that everybody else talks about their people and concerning us. And we're forced onto our back legs, our hind legs, in any situation where this is an issue. And I still work through the brainwashing all the time, like personally. Yo, get out of here. I personally have to work through it. I personally have to deal with the guilt. The guilt that's been kind of foisted upon me, you know. I combat myself, you know, because I find it difficult to see my way out of it. All right, we're gonna watch this last thing. Try and get it. We're gonna peer into the mind of Karl Marx. Now I'm out. This is very interesting. I'll see if I can get through the whole thing. But this is because you hit the goal.
You can tell a lot about a man by their artistic pursuits and their artistic endeavors. You can tell even more about a man when you find out what the subject matter of their art is and what it revolves around, right? Many of history's most influential and powerful individuals have been and started off as artists who ended up becoming failed artists. Usually these people have to settle for smaller roles, something simple, right? They settle for things like a YouTuber, or maybe they become something small like the Fuhrer of Germany, right? Or maybe they become individuals who write the most sinister and dastardly economic philosophy in the history of humankind. Okay? Today we're talking about Karl Marx, and we're going to talk about his freaky art, because Karl Marx was a freak. He had freaky ass
Nice
art.
Snuggabees.
We tell a lot about a lot of things by observing the optics of things. Right? We can learn so much. You can tell a lot about
What up,
somebody by
Crystal
whether or
Strange,
not
Marilyn,
they decide to wear
Robert?
sunglasses while recording a YouTube video in the middle of the night in the darkness. Now, this
Sorry
is
about the dogs.
because certain individuals have a lazy eye. They get a lazy eye when they get manic and they get tired. I have been both today. But you know what? I think I might go no sunnies. I might go no sunnies. I might just own it. I might just go... I look like David Bowie. That's what I look like. I'm going to get flamed in the
You
comments.
look like David
People are gonna be
Spade,
calling
brother.
me a one-eyed
Relax.
Mosley. People are going to be saying, stick to not making videos, idiot. They're going to say all these mean things. But you got people say mean
Come
things
on, man.
anyways,
Get
so
to the
guess
freaking
what?
point.
This is who I am. I'm the fat David Bowie today. And I'm going to absolutely flame Karl frickin' Marx today.
Do
I
it.
don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about it from any of you. So the first part of Marx's, I guess, collection that I want to talk about is a drama he wrote called Ulanem. Now, Ulanem is an anagram for Emmanuel. Now, if you know, Emmanuel is what the Hebrews referred to as the Son of God. So that's what they called Jesus. He was Emmanuel. O come, Emmanuel, right? Now, there's something very sinister about anagrams. Anagrams are very telling, right? Like an example, a simple example would be Lord Voldemort, right? Lord Voldemort is an anagram for Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle was Lord Voldemort's name. And, you know, J.K. Rowling used that to show the twisted and inverted nature that Voldemort is. He is a shell, a Cliffothic shell of what Tom Riddle was, right?
Tony is an anagram for why not? Why not start a YouTube channel that ruins my entire life? Why not? Look at the amount of my face that is under my mouth when I do this. If that was all chin, imagine that's all chin. It's not, but it'd be cool if it was. Tony Conduit reconsider? What the hell? What does that mean, dude? I hate cryptic stuff.
Same thing with, oddly enough, Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is an anagram for the reptile, right? There's something...
Yeah, we got to deal with the fact that this guy's a Protestant and he sees the devil everywhere. We got to deal with that. But there's some good stuff in here, and the good stuff is going into the history of Karl Marx's art and his writings before he finally decided to brainwash people into destroying themselves.
At Whitey's Barbecue Super Chatted $10.
Yo, again with the cryptic crap, yo. I don't like that, Robert. I don't like cryptic crap, bro. Thank you, Whitey's Barbecue. Here's the sound. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude.
About this that's very magical, and it really is actually an occult thing, right? In fact, many occult traditions believe that anagrams and words contain encoded destinies, and when you change it into an anagram pseudonym, it unlocks hidden aspects of yourself, right? It unlocks parts of the shadow, and it changes your divine mission. So Ulanem, in and of itself, being an encoded mastery of the shadow of Emmanuel, in and of itself is like a very occultic, evil, dastardly thing. Now, what this does even further is it...
Is that true?
At Unhitbone Super Chatted $2. Britney Spears is an anagram of Presbyterians.
Here's your sound. I made up a palindrome when I was 18. Pretty good one. You know what a palindrome is? Race car. It's the same forwards and backwards. Good night, Jess. Love you. It's the same forwards and backwards. Race car. Go hang a salami. I'm a lasagna hog. That's the same forwards and backwards. My friend said he came up with that. Later, I think I saw evidence that said he didn't, but maybe he did. I did come up with one. I spent a night working on one. Come on, miss, I'm no MC. Just something you would say to a woman who asks you to rap. So it's actually a legitimate sentence, and it's the same forwards and backwards. And I did that with my own mind. Okay.
Creates a secondary self, much like I'm saying with like Tom Riddle and Lord Voldemort, Peter Thiel and the Reptile. Jim Morrison had Mojo Rising, right? Forgot about that one. I forgot about my grandfather Jim. Oh, Jimbo. I forgot about you, buddy. The scary thing about this is it's sort
I wonder where these people get their view count from. These people come up and they talk about these topics that I've been talking about for a year and a half and immediately gain 20,000 subscribers. And I can't help but think that something's up. Nonetheless, it's under God's providence. So I'm sure I'm exactly where I need to be.
It embodies the trickster archetype, right? And what it really does is it blurs the meaning. And in this blurred meaning, it reveals a revelation. And that is precisely what Ulanem's intention was. So let's take a look and let's read a bit of what Ulanem says. Ulanem states, an excerpt of Act 1. It says, the eternal death of death. Would that there were nothing, that the being of being is eternal death, and I would hurl the world into this abyss, to shatter the created world and to smash the thing into pieces. I would tear apart its fabric of existence, laughing as I stride like a creator amidst the ruins. Now, if this doesn't tell you the function of Marx's ideology later in his life, I really don't know if you are intelligent enough to watch this video.
Maria, I just did a review of a book I didn't read.
People's art shows you what is inside of them. That is the nature.
Thank you, Whiteys. After we get through this, I'm going to do a thank you and then I'm going to dip sit.
Of art. It is a transmutation. You're transmuting feelings, thoughts, emotions, vibes, and turning it into an artistic representation of whatever it is you are. Okay? And to those of you who are asking, well, why? Why is this scary? That's fine. You want to learn, right? Why this is scary is this shows total nihilism. Ulanem is not just despair. It is a glorification of destruction itself. The idea of annihilation becomes a creative joy, right? And this is further embodied in Marxist ideology and in the Communist Manifesto. Many people have never read the Communist Manifesto. Many people do not know what Marx's real, ideas are. And his ideas are nothing but destruction. It's all about the destruction. It's about destroying. It's not about building. People think it's about community and about debasing the powers that be. And that's not what it is at all. It is about the destruction and desecration of all things.
Time out, Robert.
In fact, in the opening line of the Communist Manifesto, he describes communism as a specter. It is something that is haunting Europe, something that is being exercised constantly without individuals knowing it. That's horrifying. Now, many of Marx's ideas come from Mephistopheles. Now, Mephistopheles is a demon from German folklore. Remember, Marx is German, and he is the chief devil within Faustian legends. He is Satan, basically, right? In fact, during the medieval and Renaissance times, Mephistopheles was equated to the devil due to his high position in hellish hierarchy. And Mephistopheles is someone that Marx was insanely interested in. In fact, notoriously, Marx's favorite quote is a Mephistophelian quote stating, "All things deserve to perish."
You see what I'm saying, though? I've had conversations with people who have told me that real communism hasn't been tried yet. I ended up breaking my monitor talking to them.
This in and of itself shows the ideologies that ground Marx's works. And interestingly enough, the Ulanim anagram, as I stated earlier, has roots in this sort of idea of the shadow self, which is a Jungian idea. Now, the interesting thing with this is Jung has this idea that when we are early on within our journey of knowledge, within our pursuit of gaining higher levels of understanding of systems and of the world, we are in this fantasy-like state. Now, Jung calls this stage the fantasy thinking stage. And he talks about it in his Psychological Types book released in 1921. This is where Jung contrasts directed thinking, which is logical, focused, and order-driven thought towards an external reality, with fantasy or undirected thinking. This is image-driven, imaginative thought that has a fantasy or undirected aim. Now, Jung states that this is necessary. It's a necessary stage in the pursuit of knowledge because the mind is naturally open and is more fluid, thus making it in a more fantastical mode to better learn. Now, this is really interesting and this is really key here because in people's artistic works, it shows them existing in this fantasy realm, especially because this is sort of...
Oh my gosh. Two X speed. 1.75.
The era of one's life before they become what they're going to become. Much like the painter
going to become? He said, I forget.
Becoming the Fuhrer of Germany, or 2015 Izzy being in a rock and roll band, becoming the YouTuber who then talks about his philosophical studies and esoterica, etc. Marx is this playwright poet who then becomes a demon hellcat fucking philosopher. And I dare not say that Marx is an economist because I have a degree in economics, and I that's not what he is. He's more of a philosopher. Okay?
Marx also let his children starve to death. Look, people talk about the fruits. You will know them by their fruits, but you also know them by their roots. You'll also know them by their roots.
Doing econometrics and data-driven social science, he's just talking about ideas and writing banger slogans. Now, to conclude the thoughts on Ulanem, it really is foreshadowing. It's foreshadowing towards his apocalyptic, revolutionary figurine of himself. It is uncompromising, and it is marching towards the ideologies that would help to fundamentally change the world forever. Now, Marx also wrote something called The Player. Now, The Player is a mad violinist.
Randolph Wessler. You should be going to become smashing the like button. Well said.
Who summons the powers of darkness. One of the even crazier things about this is he dons and he wears the robes of Christ the entire time that he does it. Now, the player is a wandering trickster who mocks divine order, and he manipulates others and situations like pieces on a chessboard. It's a mockery, much like Ulanem was. People often forget that the true spirit of the Antichrist, or the spirit of the adversary in general, is not so much one that opposes Christ, that opposes truth and light. It obviously is, but it doesn't do so in this big, scary, ooh-rah-rah, blood, gore, fucking metal, right? It's not so much that. It's one that mocks. It's one that's very jeery. It's very gaunt. It's very Reddit tier, and that's what the player is. Now, instead of being one who redeems and who heals, he is one who spreads nihilism and despair everywhere he goes, all the while manipulating and mocking Christianity, which is interesting because it perfectly reflects what Marx later writes, which is that religion is the opium of the masses. But oddly enough, Marx's ideologies become this same opium to these same people. It is a secular opium of the masses, right? The thing that Marxists don't understand and that Marx doesn't understand is the true Abrahamic wisdom comes and it begins with the fear of God, right? That is where wisdom begins for those who follow the Abrahamic faiths, okay? Christianity, of course, being the
Abrahamic
one.
faith.
Now, in this sense, when you
Got some issues
replace
here.
this fear of God with a
Some
secular
red flags
outlook and
here.
this humanitarian hope that we can build this utopia based upon these economic systems, that in and of itself is a hubris of Lucifer. That is the same hubristic, egoic attitude that got Lucifer cast out of heaven. And that attitude right there is exactly the attitude that causes these Marxists to fall in the manner in which they do. If you ever interact with them, it is all hubris. And hubris and pride is what becomes before the fall every time. The thing with the player and the thing with Ulanim is not
He's
the
actually got a
fact
point.
that it is defined.
Chat. He's actually got a really good point.
It's not even the fact that it's a critique. In fact, I am somebody who revels in critique. I think critique is good. I think critique builds strong systems, societies, and individuals. However, this mockery and this sort of decadent debauchery is just defiance for the sake of defiance. It's a nihilistic deception for the sake of doing so. It is destruction with no replacement whatsoever. There is no thought of what comes after. This is not a phoenix that rises from the ashes. This
True.
is just a complete
Endless
ash pile.
revolution.
It is from dust to dust, and dust it shall remain entirely. Because it's one thing to be atheistic, right? One of my favorite writers, Nietzsche, was atheistic, right? In fact, Nietzsche was extremely critical of Christianity. So much so that he actually created systems and ways of thinking that led me to not being a Christian for a very long time. However, his
I'm
same
just trying to
ideas are what
fulfill
ended
my promises. We're almost done here.
later bolstering my faith because I realized that these ideas that come from Nietzsche's, the genealogy of morals and trying to figure out sort of the crux of Christianity, those are ultimately, there's nothing guiding them, right? And if you have this sort of God to guide this will to power towards becoming the Ubermensch, that in and of itself becomes insanely powerful. Somebody who is willing to die, becoming their most vital, powerful version of their self, and doing it not even for themselves, but for a God that they fear, that is truly powerful. Next, we have the Pale Maiden. Now, the Pale Maiden is possibly the most haunting one of all because it actually perfectly shows and perfectly artistically summarizes the fate of two of his daughters. Now, the Pale Maiden tells the story of a withdrawn maiden who is tormented by guilt, heartbreak, and spiritual anguish. She prays to Christ, but she feels condemned the entire time. She becomes desperate, and she is trying to suffer towards her divine mercy. Ultimately, what she ends up doing is she ends up committing suicide. This is very dark, very heavy. She cannot find solace in Christ, and she ends her life. But oddly enough, both of Karl Marx's daughters, much like the Pale Maiden, ended up killing themselves in suicide pacts with their husbands. It mirrors his life. It mirrors his life. If you've heard about me talking about hypersigil, this is hypersigiling one's life. Literally, this is literally a form of occultic manifestation. It's insane. It reads, she kneels, she prays, she sinks. In the waters deep below, the Pale Maiden's heart is broken.
Slow
and
boy,
receives her soul.
what theories do you have about me? Because your mind's always working.
Now, his daughters, Jenny Marx and Eleanor Marx, were the two.
No,
that
I'm on
suicide.
board. I'm on board. I'm on fulfilling my responsibilities as a famous streamer while being tired and wanting to stop. It's called being a man of your word. It's almost as important, maybe even more important than not being smelly, Forge. Don't be smelly and be a man of your word. Oh, also be orthodox. First thing's orthodox. Second thing, be a man of your word. Third, don't be smelly. That's it. That's it. You pretty much nailed it.
He did have one other. I said earlier he had two. He had three. I thought he only had two. One of them died of bladder cancer. But the thing with his family is insane as well because his entire family was starving. And they all knew
Interesting slow. Oh, I thought you were doing that on. I thought you did it on purpose, Randy. I thought you were still like doing weird sentences. Interesting, slow boy. That's a good important. What do you mean a cool guy? What do you mean? What do you mean cool? I've never been cool a day in my life and I don't plan on starting anytime soon. I'll never be cool. I'd rather die than be cool.
Was this dark individual. In fact, his wife called Marx her wicked knave. Marx's father referred to Marx as his dear little devil. In fact, Marx's father often called him a genius who had demons surrounding him. His children, in letters, wrote to him calling him their dear devil. And one of his friends' nickname for Marx was the Goblin. And other of his friends said that he was the, quote, monster of 10,000 devils who hops and leaps and springs on his heels when traveling about. I don't have many friends, but the friends I do have, they might say I have a wonky eye, but they definitely do not say I'm looking in the wrong camera. They definitely do not say that.
My friends don't call me a demon. They call me Strong Tony. They call me Czar Tony. They call me Seymour Supreme. They call me Young Earth. They call me Tiny Eyes Tony.
It's just insane to see the actual intentions and the artistic mind that this person had, who people tout him as this savior who's going to build this Marxist utopia. It's crazy. And as I was saying earlier, the true Luciferian nature of Marxist ideology truly just shows the mind of just true hubris. It's just that which overthrows, and really he replaces what is with himself and with his own
but
ideas.
Forge Lloyd,
And
you
his own-
talk like what 90s cyberpunk authors thought future teenagers would talk like. Forge Lloyd, you talk exactly, you're basically like, what's that one book? Neuromancer. You talk like what people in the 90s thought people in the future would talk like. You're like, what's up, my blade? That was totally lasers, G-nut.
I've perfectly reflected this because all of Marx's friends knew him as this extremely bright, brilliant guy because he was. And he would get invited to these parties.
And that's not an insult. In fact, I might start saying, what's up, my blade? That was totally lasers, G-nut. That felt good.
These dinners with these really famous, fancy people because he was so smart. But the thing is he was always just begging for money and trying to get money out of people. And that's what he did. He just sort of grifted around and people would give him money to
Speaking of which, you guys haven't given me enough money. Give me more money.
Works much like Engels. So this book right here that I'm going to be getting into on the Patreon, this is the Marx Engels Reader. This is a book I had in college and that I obviously still have. And Engels
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, man.
At @Tim super chatted $1.86. Hang in there, Tony.
Get ready for a sick sound, Tim. Whoa.
His life and basically like helped him write this stuff so his name could be included in Marx's works, because Marx, you can't say that he's not bright. He is very smart. To create a system as swaying as his, you have to be, intelligent. But the artistic backing behind all of it shows the true nature of what Marxist ideology is, and it is just inherently satanic. The reason I personally don't really like calling it Luciferian is because Luciferian, in the way that I describe it and the way that I think about it, is one that propels humanity towards something higher. And Marxism actually brings the consciousness frequency down to a lower level. Tons on my Patreon and other places. And if none of that convinces you, take this quote from...
I am not a YouTuber.
He's 19 years old. He said, "I am destined for hell." I don't know many people who are even atheistic, let alone Mephistophelian, Faustian, nihilistic Satanists. But I have never seen or heard anyone say that in a serious manner regarding themselves and their eternal soul. Another thing that I find so interesting about Marx is the fact that he lived in absolute squalor and he refused to bathe. Now, this is very bizarre, very interesting.
You hear that, Forge Lloyd? Don't do that. Then you're like Karl Marx, whose friends called him the Goblin.
Has some mental illness going on, but beyond
Robert,
that, he used to be
timeout,
so covered in these boils. There were these boils that
Yo,
when you
Randy,
touched them,
you're
they would
killing me
ooze, and
today.
they had pus and just grotesque mucus coming out of every orifice on his body. But the thing with this that's even more disgusting is oftentimes doctors would come to check on him to see what was going on, and they couldn't figure out what it was. They obviously thought that it was probably because of how dirty he was and how disgusting he lived in all of this squalor, but they also thought maybe he was literally so dark and so evil that the evil was trying to get out of him. And if you look at this stuff alchemically through like an alchemy lens, alchemy refers to 4 different types types of fluids that exist within the body. And this could be esoterically true. I don't know. Obviously, that's a bit of a stretch, but it sounds good, doesn't it? That this guy was so evil, he oozed. You know, and it's so funny.
You guys listening to this? You guys paying attention? I haven't listened to anything he said. This is why I can't do this version of the show too often. Once in a while I can watch clips, but for the most part I can't because I'm not paying attention at all. Don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Sorry. Don't care. Shut up.
Because there are so
What up, Jimmy?
narratives that are being pushed, whether it's in the educational system, whether it's just on the news, whether it's whatever it is. These leftist organizations are pushing this Marxist ideology, and especially cultural Marxism, so hard that if you use any sort of AI system to search the literary works of Karl Marx, Ulanem usually does not show up, nor does the Pale Maiden, and definitely the Player does not show up. In fact, they often push to you his little whimsical writings, things like The Scorpion and Felix, which is this sort of satirical novel. It also pushes you Wild Songs, which are just...
Why did I go on an anti-queso rant? No, that's a great... okay. Actually, I got permission from Jason to use it in any way I please. If there's a varsity jacket, I'll put it on the back of it. That's sick.
Dark poems.
I wasn't going to use it, but that's actually a great idea.
Struggle and despair. And then, of course, the first thing it pushes you is... The Book of Love. This dude literally wrote some of the darkest words I have ever read in my life, and this is the fucking shit that it pushes. In fact,
Don't curse.
you have to literally type The Player
Jim
and
Morrison's
explain what it's about
grandson.
in order to get parts of this fragment online. It's fucking bullshit, dude. It's so fucking annoying, and it's so insane. Literally, my experience in
Just
college
randomly
was
bleep
so
some of the
crazy
curses?
with the way that they pushed the Marxist ideologies. It was crazy. It was fucking crazy, dude. The other thing I will be focusing on my Patreon, I will not just be reading the Communist Manifesto and discussing it, I will be talking about the historical narratives that were behind a lot of the push for communist Marxism in the 20th century.
All right. Is that enough?
Even before in the 19th century.
It's
Now,
enough. All right. Time to thank all my new members. First, let me thank all the people that donated today. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Unhip Bone. Thank you, Whitney's Barbecue. Thank you, Colioli. Thank you, Austin DeTulio. Thank you, Average Redhead. Thank you, Alexander Lifesworth. Thank you, Snagglebeast. Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits. Thank you, Reverse Massage. Thank you, Susan Griffith. Thank you, Seebeck. Thank you, Metal Stalfos. Thank you, Octavian. Thank you, Yayosh. Thank you, Jason Scholl. Thank you, John Castle. Thank you, Jericho Danger. Thank you, Rachel Wilson. Rachel? Thank you, Tiggleberry. Thank you, Total Gravity. That's just on there. Let me go over here. Whitney's Barbecue. No, Whitey's Barbecue. Unhip Bone. Tim. Oh, wait. Maybe it is all the same stuff. I think it's all the same stuff. 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 All right.
Baby.
What?
You gotta do a raid.
I'll do a raid. First, let me thank everyone. I gotta go to the members' place. I'd like to thank all our new members. Whitey's Barbecue. Light of Tabor. What up, guy? Homie. Mark Rottel. Blood Logos. Weird name. Chair Throwing Italian. Randy West. Tigglebitty. Bobby Ballbags. Slow Boy Whiteboard, version 4. Never Cold. Goon Food. SB. Fell and Lost It All. Anders Gayeth. Slow Boy Whiteboard. How many Slow Boy Whiteboards are members of my channel? Air Sign. Cecil. JFW. Michael Gabriel Fortino, Susan Griffith, Nevsky, Meatball, Dr. Danger, Unhip Bone, Marilyn, First Person Q. Thank you to all the new members. This isn't a complete compendium of members. That would be too hard. I'd like to say to all of you that you are very nice. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. I'm not going to tell you who we're going to raid because I'm going to decide after I press the outro. Oh, what? Maria knows who I'm raiding. Who am I raiding? Ooh, Baselit Analyzer. Guys, tell him to let me on his show. Tell him I'll read a book. If you're not Orthodox, become Orthodox. If you're not Orthodox, at the very least, just go to One Divine Liturgy and call me in the morning. If you are Orthodox, go to church. It's asking for redirect privileges. Why are people like this? Why can't I redirect to Baselit Analyzer? Somebody tell him. Somebody tell him that I can't raid him unless he changes things. Analyzer to add you to their live redirect list and community says, are you private about who you let come on. Half the people I try and redirect to. Hold on. We're going to work this out. Guys, tell Baselit that I'm trying to raid him and he needs to change his privilege. He won't do it. He's just going to disrupt the whole thing. And it's going to be like, oh, look, Tony's trying to show how good he is. Trying to get goodie points. If I can't raid Baselit Analyzer, I'm going to lose my freaking mind right now. Did he do it?
No, he's reading something right now.
Okay, so I also can raid the Crucible or Sad Hermit vlogs. I kind of want to do both, but I'm going to do the Crucible. Yeah. Peace out, y'all. Limited time spleen hoodies. Spleen hoodies available now. Limited time. For a very limited time, you too can have a spleen hoodie. And I'll show it to you. Here it is. Go ahead.
Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. They won't. They won't. They won't.